It's a pleasure to be here, and so welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I see that all the speakers and collaborators of FEST are coming into this virtual room, and we start straight away with the welcome words that are going to be addressed to us by Catherine Marshall, who's the Professor Catherine Marshall, who is the director of the center that has been hosting me during these 4 months at the CYAS. So I take this opportunity to thank her, to thank AGORA, to thank Professor Julien Longhi, who's going to join us a little bit later on. And of course, I thank very much the Institute and all the people who have organized my stay here, in particular, Dr. Francesca Rondina and Professor Flora Koukiou, who were extremely helpful and always very kind hosts. So I give the floor immediately to Catherine Marshall. Catherine Marshall is Professor of British Studies at CY. I'm sorry, until the end, I have been a little bit confused about the name of the university that was hosting me, but now I've learned it is CYAS Paris Université in France, which is the former Université of Cergy-Pontoise and director of the AGORA Research Center, as well as, I believe, the Master of Arts program in political ideas in a digital age. So like our interests cross also at the didactic level. But our research focus is primarily on Victorian intellectual history. She has a long list of publications, but I want to mention just the last one because it's extremely interesting, especially to decode the very complex present times. I've just filled my application to receive an apartment in Cambridge next year, where I'll be host of the Cambridge Institute of Advanced Studies for the first semester. So I see that things are getting complicated for a continental European professor. So her book is entitled Political Deference in a Democratic Age, British Politics and the Constitution from the 18th Century to Brexit, published by Palgrave. I give immediately the floor to her for a few words of welcoming as President and Director of the AGORA Research Center. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Massimo, and hello to all of you. Thank you very much for such a generous presentation, because in fact, the reality is that I have never seen Massimo in real life. I mean, because of the situation. I mean, Massimo has been stuck via a sort of Zoom blur, and I'm really sorry that we were never able to have more time to meet as we normally would have done, and just, you know, just see each other. I know that Julien Longhi must have felt the same way, even though in your case you've been working together. Julien Longhi is one of our I mean, talented colleagues at the AGORA Research Center. And when the invitation came from Massimo, we were all extremely pleased because, as you rightly said, your work and what you've been doing and the conference you're going to be having today is at a crossroads between a number of subjects that we are studying on at the AGORA Research Center. I also want to say how pleased I was that Flora Koukiou and that the CY Advanced Studies and I mean team decided that that they would actually back us up, and so thank you to them too. And today your work is the result essentially of bringing together a number of seasoned academics who are going to work on a truly interesting subject, which I think is fully useful for the future. And even though I can't stay for the 2 days, I was really quite impressed by the amount of people and the amount of colleagues coming from well, especially in 2 main countries. I'm sure that this is not the last of a number of collaborations to come in the future, I'm certain. So it is with great pleasure and that I am opening this 2-day conference, even though you called it a workshop, I think. And to say that I wish you all the best in the 2 days to come and the conversations you're going to have. And I hope that a lot would come out of it. And you know that you can have the backing, Massimo, of the AGORA Research Center for anything in terms of perhaps publication or anything which would come out of it. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor Catherine Marshall. I knew that you were in a hurry with all your activities and duties and tasks today, so thanks a lot. We were very grateful for your initial participation and welcoming words. And it was a pleasure also to hear you as first the speaker because of your duties and tasks. But it's a pleasure also to give the floor to Professor Flora Koukiou, who's of course the energy behind the institute that has been hosting me together with AGORA, and she was a very welcoming presence. I must really warmly thank her, not only for her scholarly welcoming and hosting, but also because she was always able to turn these virtual meetings into almost real meetings because of her extreme energy and liveliness. So Professor Flora Koukiou is well known in international academics, is currently professor of physics at the Cergy Pontoise University, where she has been working since 1993. She was head of the physics department at the university since 2014, and she's also the member of the editorial board of the Journal of Mathematical Physics since 2010, and expert evaluator at the European Commission since 2000. She works primarily in mathematics and theoretical physics, but she's extremely intellectually flexible because she was able to ask interesting questions to all the scholars and fellows of the Institute this year, including myself, coming from humanities and other fields. So Professor Koukiou, thank you very much. And the floor is yours for a few words of welcoming to the other participants of this conference.
Thank you, Massimo, but I'm very honored to be here. And especially I'm very touched with your introduction. Welcome to everybody. I'm Flora Koukiou, as Massimo told you. I'm currently the director of the Institute of the Advanced Studies at the CYAS Paris Université. I would like to welcome all of you warmly on behalf of our president, François Germinet, and the president or the director of the Institute, Arnaud Lefranc, to this workshop organized by our distinguished colleague, Massimo Leone, Professor Massimo Leone of the University of Turin. Unfortunately, we cannot welcome you in the premises of the Institute, but I'm sure in the near future will be again visitor or senior fellow or visitor, what else, Massimo, I promise you to be again to organize something in our nice building. So this workshop is online, but I'm sure it will be a great success and very productive. And I like to thank you again, Massimo, for being with us in this last month as a senior fellow to deliver these fantastic lectures, to participate also to the outreach, because you are going to give a very interesting lecture in the next fall within the Université Ouverte. We are very proud, very honored to have you with us, and congratulations for this workshop under these conditions, unfortunately. And also I like to thank my colleagues of the AGORA Research Center, Catherine Marsal and Julien Longhi, for the welcoming and the integration of Massimo in their team. I promise to organize things better in person in the near future. So Massimo, you are very welcome to join us again under better conditions. I wish all of you a very nice, productive workshop, and thank you again for this organization.
Thank you very much, Professor Koukiou, for your very kind words. It has been a pleasure to be here. It will be a pleasure to come back. And I also encourage the other scholars who are part of my research group early stage career scholars to consider this wonderful institute for their future applications and future research projects. It's a very lively intellectual community. But without further ado, probably we could start with the proper works of the workshop. I see that Professor Julien Longhi has also joined us, but it's going to be also, well, I thank him, of course, as I did before, but he's going to deliver a proper speech because we actually intellectually cooperated during these months. And with a little bit of advance, which is always good in workshops, we can probably start with a sort of general introduction. Which I'll have the pleasure to deliver myself. So I'll probably share now the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, let me see. Okay, I hope you can see the PowerPoint slide, and I hope also that there's not going to be too many problems today with video and audio and sounds and images, but we are used to this kind of technical problems, also switching from a platform to another. So today, actually, some of us will, in particular, Professor Bruno Surace, who's already among us, will have a heroic performance because after finish this first morning in Paris, we'll start an afternoon in Shanghai, and Professor Bruno Surace will give 2 lectures, one in Paris and the other one in Shanghai, one after the other. So I thank him very much for this intercontinental performance, which is possible in, let's say, COVID and Zoom times. So the title of our workshop is the digital Pinocchio, and to many it might have seemed sort of a joke or just a way to attract attention by using a reference to this character, to this extremely popular around the world, and as a consequence it is an immediate reference for everybody, for colleagues from many different walks. And I must admit that there was also this, let's say, advertising purpose. But at the same time, the more I thought about Pinocchio and the idea of a digital Pinocchio, and the more I realized that there was a disquieting philosophical depth in this idea, and as always, references to this philosophical depth started to accumulate, and I realized that the figure of Pinocchio was actually perfect to introduce, but also to frame a reflection, which is a philosophical reflection at the crossroad between digital technology, the meaning of the face, and the meaning of the fake. So I don't know if you, just to test the sound of our videos, let's see if we can hear Pinocchio by Henri Salvador, which is very famous in France. It's a homage also to our French audience today. Can you hear it? No. So it's also a way of testing it. So the best thing is probably that I share it with the sound of the computer. AirPods anymore. So let me see if you can hear it now. Again, it's just a way to test the videos. Okay, after listening to this song just one time, it's actually impossible to forget it. So you're gonna have it, you're gonna have this song in your ears for the entire workshop. It seems a little bit challenging to put this picture of Henri Salvador's album Pinocchio that was published in 1975, so the year in which I myself was born, with the cover of a tremendously influential philosophical work of the second half of the 20th century, which is the Thèse d'État of Gilbert Simondon, L'individuation à la lumière des notions de forme et d'information. Of course, we are all, I believe, familiar with the works of Gilbert Simondon, who is becoming a central figure, who has become a central figure in the philosophical reflection on technology and technique, not only in France and not only in the Francophonie, but in the entire world, is a philosophical figure whose career and destiny is that of the great thinkers, mainly that has been mainly discovered as a posthumous source of philosophical reflection, with the exception of Deleuze, who was, of course, an enthusiastic reviewer of Simondon's early works. But I wanted to start from Simondon because I think at the core of my personal reflection on the face, as well as my personal reflection on the fake, is the preoccupation with the concept and a problematic field of individualization and individuation. So how is individuality, and more generally, how is singularity built from a philosophical point of view, and especially from a semiotic point of view? How does singularity arise from the semiotic point of view? And the reference to Pinocchio is not new. Actually, I was also inspired by a special on Simondon that was broadcast by France Culture, I believe in 2015, some years ago, where for the first time this reference was made, although in a very superficial way. Because there is a problem of individuation, there is a problem of singularization, of becoming a person, becoming an individual in the story of Pinocchio, which is a disquieting modern myth. And in the story, the face is prominent, but also lying is prominent. So this is a quotation from Simondon's master work, which is L'individuation à la lumière des notions de forme et d'information, page 399 from the edition published in 2005. De même, la forme civique du stoïcisme latin peut se comprendre comme une conséquence de ce caractère réel de la relation. Le masque du rôle est aussi réel que le visage de l'individu qui le porte. I quote this passage from Simondon's Thèse d'État because, well, first of all, it's the only direct reference to the visage, to the face in the entire work, in which, on the contrary, the idea of the mask, the idea of masking is very present. And the relation mask-face is analyzed by Simondon throughout the history of philosophy, in this passage in particular to the philosophy of the Stoics, in order to re-problematize the role of the face, but also the role of the mask in building up the individual, in building up the person, in building up singularity, which are, of course, not the same thing. Why the mask? Because the mask is fundamentally technique, is fundamentally a technology, is a technology of individualization, is a technology of singularization, is a technology of personality, but at the same time is a technology of faking, is a technology of lying. So if you again consider the story of Pinocchio, Pinocchio's best known feature is his nose. that stretches out when he tells lies. This appears in chapter 17 of Le avventure di Pinocchio, Storia di un burattino by Carlo Lorenzini, also known as Collodi, that was published, as you know, for the first time in 1881. It should be noted that Collodi himself, in a little book called Note Gaie, cheerful notes, stated that to hide the truth of a speculum anime face, another papier-mâché nose is added to the real one. So there was this idea that we find also in the passage of Simondon, that in order to explain the genesis of his own fantasy, Collodi referred to this complex paradoxical dialectics between a face which is a speculum anime, a mirror of the soul, and a papier-mâché nose, which is added to the real one. However, some critics have pointed out that there is an inconsistency, what they call an inconsistency in the story of Pinocchio, because the nose actually grows when it is first carved by Geppetto, without Pinocchio ever lying. So in popular imagination, we see, oh, your nose is growing. And this reference is actually a reference to common sense inspired by Pinocchio's story. But this is not exactly true, because in Pinocchio's story, Pinocchio's nose grows at his very birth. When he's first created, he has never talked, and as a consequence, he has never lied, but Pinocchio's nose, as soon as it is created, it grows. The nose then appears only a couple of times in the story, reveals the blue fairy's power over Pinocchio when he acts disobediently. And you certainly remember that after the boy struggling and weeping over his deformed nose, the blue fairy summons woodpeckers to peck it back to normal. There are lots of interpretations on this phenomenon and this detail of the story, in which you can see also the constrictive power of benevolence and society, but also of a, let's say, technology of orthodoxy on this nose that must be pushed back to its normal size, that it must be pushed back to what it is supposed to be, which is again another reference to a very complex philosophical plexum and conundrum about the face, the mask, lying, the fact that this mask should be reconstructed over and over again. The lying is stigmatized, but is potentially also a way to break out from this mask, break out from the mask of the face, you know, as the nose of Pinocchio does. So what is the way in which the nose of Pinocchio is evoked in this story? This is the passage from chapter 3. After the eyes, it was time to carve the nose, which began to stretch as soon as finished. It began to grow and grow and grow till it became so long it seemed endless. So you probably remember the story. Geppetto first carves the eyes of Pinocchio, and as soon as he carves the eyes, he says to Pinocchio a sentence that then became the title of a very famous book and essay by Carlo Ginzburg, Occhiacci di Legno. Geppetto carves the eyes of Pinocchio and then immediately says to Pinocchio, Pinocchio, why are you staring at me with those occhiacci di legno, with those big, negatively connotated occhiacci? You know, it's difficult to translate occhiacci in French or in English. Why are you staring at me? So as soon as eyes are on the face of this marionette, of this puppet, these eyes immediately are seen as something that are constructing a dialogue, constructing an enunciation, a visual enunciation, and we could talk about Martin Buber, Levinas, Roizensberg, about this particular moment of acknowledging the other as eyes carved on a face, but acknowledging at the same time that these eyes are immediately connoted as negative. And this is all the more disquieting because these are the eyes of the creature, which are looked by the creator, and at the same time are looked back by the creator. So the relation between the creator and the creature revolves initially around the eyes, but at the same time immediately is a potentially threatening relation. And then after the eyes, in a sequence that reminds us of the visagété described by Deleuze and Guattari in Mille Plateaux, there is the carving of the nose. And as soon as the nose is carved, it starts to grow and grow and grow endlessly. And then we'll know afterwards that the nose of Pinocchio grows when Pinocchio lies. So this passage is, I think, philosophically very interesting in relation to Simondon, in relation to the dialectics between the face and the fake, because as soon as the face is there as eyes, it is recognized, it brings about personhood, but it also brings about the possibility of a negative relation and even violence. And as soon as the nose is there, I remind you that in many cultures, in China, for instance, the nose is the facial element of individuation. You know how many cultures in Asia, including China, point to themselves. They point at the nose. The nose is told in Chinese with a kanji character that is then inscribed in the character of personhood. So in many cultures, the nose is the center of personhood, also because it is connected with breathing. It's a very complex cultural a paradigm that I've explored in other articles and other occasions. But what we see in this story of Pinocchio is that basically there is a coincidence between the birth, the genesis of personhood as individuation, as singularity, but also as creation of singularity, and the fake. So it is as if the possibility of being one, of being individual, of being singular, and the possibility of lying are actually consubstantial. Or at least this is the way I read this episode in Pinocchio's story. So is the story telling us that lying is the first genesis of individuality, is a sort of rebellion against the matter. It is the first germ of a reference to potentiality. So when we lie, we open potentiality in being. Being could be different from what it is. And this is the birth of potentiality. This is probably the birth also of humanity. In biblical myths, lying, no, we haven't eaten that fruit, is the first moment of individuation from the Creator, from God. So why am I going so philosophical today? Well, partially because I'm a little bit nostalgic about Paris, that they have to leave soon, so that makes me philosophical maybe, but also because my interest about artificial intelligence, the face and the fake, is framed by this reflection. I mean, deep fakes are very interesting, they're funny, they're disquieting, and it's very important to think about it, about the phenomenon of the deep fakes, or in social-cultural terms. You know, Professor Julien Longhi, for instance, is carrying on an extremely important work on the role of the fake in our digital life, and also how we can possibly counter the pernicious presence of the fake in digital society, and he has also the skills to do that. My reflection is complementary to this sociocultural approach, because it is basically an abstract philosophical reflection which is framed by the question, but why is artificial intelligence so obsessed with the face?
And why is artificial intelligence so obsessed with the fake? Why, since the beginning of the creation of generative adversarial networks, for instance, the first application of them, but I swear the first one that was imagined by the creator of this new algorithm was in the construction of fake faces. Is this a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that we apply artificial intelligence so much to the creation of faces, and we apply artificial intelligence so much in the creation of fakes? My very daring hypothesis, which I propose to you today, is that it is not a coincidence. Well, this might seem probably quite absurd to you, but I really believe that we are witnessing a process of individualization by artificial intelligence. In a way, there is a process in the cultural development of artificial intelligence that is somehow aimed at a sort of individualization through lying, through the construction of the fake, and probably also through the construction of fake faces. In a way, artificial intelligence, advanced artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence of deep learning, of generative adversarial networks, is our Pinocchio. We are Geppetto. And as soon as we give birth to it, the nose of artificial intelligence starts to grow, and starts to grow endlessly. How should we interpret that? Well, probably I would like to interpret it as the fact that this is the inevitable metaphysical consequence of the relation between the creator and the creature. As soon as the creator gives rise to the creature must start to lie, meaning that it is the basis of its semiotic existence. Umberto Eco used to define semiotics as the discipline that studies everything that can be used to lie. So the fact that artificial intelligence is more and more lying to us, and that we are less and less endowed to detect these lies, is probably a sign that there is something deeply semiotic that is being generated by artificial intelligence. So these are just some very broad philosophical reflections that I propose to you in the beginning of this workshop, but this workshop is not going to be only about philosophy, it's going to be also about linguistics, computational linguistics, cultural studies, semiotics, of course, the many applications of this discipline in the study of the phenomenon of the particular phenomenon of the deep fake. So all these approaches are, of course, extremely relevant, and they will construct the potential framework of our reflection today. Let me say, probably after these few introductory words, some more technical words to give you some more technical insights about what my research group, which I have the great honor to lead, Facets, is doing. So basically what Facets is trying to do is to understanding the role of the face in the digital world, and it is constructing a reflection that is constantly, and I would say collectively, evolving around this main nucleum of investigation. So I described to you, through this reference to Pinocchio, the most abstract framework of this inquiry of philosophy of communication about deep fakes, which, as I said to you, could be described as follows. There is a disquieting obsession in new intelligent machines about the creation of faces as there is about the creation of fake. Both seem to be intimately related to the process of individualization. The face is the main sociocultural and biological platform for human individualization. Denying a face is denying an individual. But so is the fake. To lie is to build a potentiality that was not apparent. In the modern myth of Pinocchio, the genesis of the fake and the genesis of the face coincide. Thus, Pinocchio lies in the first instance, and as soon as his nose is created, because he's becoming one. More generally, are machines learning to lie and to build fake faces because they're undergoing an inexorable process of individualization. So a semiotic-oriented philosophy of digital communication aims at reading the technology of meaning in the long period of the history of human semiotic systems in order to reveal the implicit ideologies that underlie the creation of new devices, processes, and artifacts of meaning. Artificial intelligence is no exception, as its development is usually underpinned by specific preconceptions about what intelligence is, how it should work, and what kind of results it is supposed to generate in the world. In parallel to our work in Paris the day before yesterday, today, and for I think 10 more days, we are reflecting in China, in Shanghai, where I'm a permanent visiting professor, on the semiotics of artificial intelligence. And, one of the main crucial point of reflection concerns exactly the supposed revolutionary nature of artificial intelligence. There are many scholars, also in the Francophonie, for instance, in the Quebecois School of Philosophy of Artificial Intelligence, who deny the fact that artificial intelligence is revolutionary. So on the one hand, you have people saying, oh yeah, artificial intelligence is actually triggering a revolution in our cultures and civilizations. But on the other hand, you have people who say, I believe, righteously believe, that this is not a new industrial revolution, because the imaginary of artificial intelligence was already there well before the creation of the new algorithms of artificial intelligence. The idea of taking some inorganic matter and to bestow on this inorganic matter a form of behavior and a form of intelligence that is very similar to the human one and potentially is also an autonomous one is very old. Think about the myth of the golem, for instance, in the Jewish civilization. Think, of course, about the myth of Frankenstein, which is much more influenced by modern conditions of life. All these ancient and modern myths tell us that the ideology of the building of artificial intelligence has been there for a very long time, and it is intimately connected, and this is probably something that to some of you could sound as absurd as well, but it is intimately connected with our religious myths. I have been a semiotician of religious cultures for a very long time. My switch to the study of artificial intelligence is not a coincidence and is not simply determined by the desire of following the big fashion trend of artificial intelligence. It is, on the contrary, triggered by the probably absurd to you, but it makes sense to me, idea that studying artificial intelligence today is the best, provides the best standpoint to understand contemporary spirituality, contemporary religious cultures, how ancient religious ideologies connected with creation, for instance, connected with Genesis, evolve into new forms, but influence as well the new forms of technological creation we have with robots. A relation that reminds us of some semiotic ideologies that were enshrined in ancient religious cultures. It is not a coincidence that Japan is one of the most prolific producer a producer of robots in the world since the beginning of the history of this technology. There is something that is deeply connected with the semiotic ideology and the religious culture of Japan. Think about the role that things have in Japanese religious culture. In Shinto, for instance, the fact that stones are animated by kami, by inner presences that function as sort of a soul of the inorganic. So all these is certainly present in the current evolution of artificial intelligence. And from my point of view, the only way to distinguish ourselves as academics from the very precious work that is done by other intellectuals, in journalists, for instance, or those who are engaged in popularization of knowledge, is to reframe the problem of artificial intelligence outside of the technical frame. So semiotics, as well as philosophy of communication and other disciplines, are, I believe, extremely precious to conduct this kind of investigation and to somehow give a new slant to our philosophical reflection on artificial intelligence. So I've talked for a very long time. Apologies. It is time now to maybe leave like a few minutes for possible questions or comments. It's the very beginning of our workshop, so it's not absolutely necessary that we immediately start a conversation or a dialogue or questions and answers. But we have a few minutes before we give the floor to Professor Julien Longhi at 9:30. So as a chair of this workshop, I tell myself to shut up and to ask you whether there are any comments or questions or reflections about this first talk, in anticipation, of course, of the very important talks that we're going to hear afterwards. For the moment, let me thank you very much for being here at this very early hour and to share this space and time of reflection. So are there any questions, comments, reflections? You can intervene at any time and using both the channels of the chat, or just intervene directly, because it's a closed workshop, so it's quite easy to handle the conversation. I hope there's not going to be any Zoom bombing today.
Maybe if I can.
Of course, Marco.
Thank you very much.
A postdoc researcher at ERC Project Facets and also professor of semiotics at various institutes and universities.
I was thinking about the last thing you just said, and about the robots and the similarities between robots and Pinocchio, which are both animated things, right? And however, I wondered if there is a substantial difference in the meaning of the two beings and the two faces, of course, related to their different materiality. So one of the biggest things of robots, one of the biggest issues, as you know very well, is the uncanny valley, right? The faces of robots look different to us. However, when we talk about Pinocchio, even in the movies or in the books, people are not really, they have not the same reaction to Pinocchio's face, right? It's like, I think it's maybe interesting to reflect upon this, in which the difference in how a face because of how it is made, of the semiotic materiality, changes the meaning and the possibility of feeling it as either more or less human, more or less true, more or less fake, not because of the real properties of a face, because even in the newest CGI representation of Pinocchio's face, we wouldn't say that Pinocchio's face is a natural one, right? But still, in our culture, Pinocchio's face was never odd, was never disturbing, while today we are exposed to a lot of faces, both in CGI and in robots, which we feel as deeply disturbing. So maybe if you want to speak about that, I was interested.
Thank you. It is a brilliant comment. Thank you, Gianmarco. And it's also a very deep philosophical question that I can assess, they can approach only partially in my answer today. First of all, I would say that maybe it would be necessary to double our perspective and to distinguish in these as in other circumstances between the way of the way the face of the robot is seen from the outside gaze and the way in which the face of the robot is felt or is lived or perceived by the robot itself, which of course seems paradoxical, but seems paradoxical only given the present condition of, let's say, robotics and the development of artificial intelligence and artificial life. But more and more probably will be inclined and it will be necessary to have a double perspective. So to see artificial intelligence not only from an external point of view, but also maybe from an internal point of view, not only from an emic perspective, but also from an ethic perspective. Yesterday, for instance, so together with Gabriele Marino in Shanghai, we talked about the production of art by artificial intelligence. And my point in the discussion was that we always think about art produced by artificial intelligence from the point of view of a human gaze looking at it, considering the fact that the problem of the artistic quality of art produced by artificial intelligence is somehow confined to the creativity of the machine. But there is also the problem of the creativity of the spectator, and this spectator can be a machine as well. You know, we know from Umberto Eco's open work that the work of art is actually made as well by the spectator. So why don't we inquire about the aesthetic content of the machinic gaze, and we always inquire about the aesthetic content of the machinic artistic production. The same goes for reflection on the face. So on the one hand, we should reflect on how Pinocchio's face is looked at by a human gaze, but on the other hand, we should reflect also on the way in which Pinocchio's face is felt by Pinocchio himself. This is a metaphor, of course, but in the long term, we'll have to reflect about how, let's say, non-human intelligences, artificial intelligences, think about their own prosthetic bodies and think and feel about their prosthetic bodies. Although these words, feeling, thinking, will have to be reconsidered. And there is certainly a problem related with materiality, because Pinocchio is made out of wood, and wood was alive before it actually became wood. It was part of a living being. And this is very interesting in relation to the philosophical reflection of Simondon that I was mentioning before. The fact that for Simondon, who was basically elaborating on Gaston Bachelard's philosophy, there isn't any possibility of a serious individualization starting from something which is not alive in relation to its own environment. You know, the definition of environment, of milieu, is very complex in Simondon. So it is important to distinguish between individualization and individuation. Simondon in his thesis proposes this distinction. So according to Simondon, individualization is possible only starting from the living matter, from, let's say more complexly, from a relation between the individual and the environment, which is typical of the living individuals. But at the same time, there is progress in that field as well. Through artificial intelligence in particular, we can give rise to more and more complex organic tissues, for instance. You know, for the moment, we can reconstruct artificially and print in 3D just some fragments of the materiality that makes our own bodies. There is a lot of research in artificial intelligence applied to biotechnology, basically for the reproduction of cells or other organic fragments that are important in the functioning of our organs. Shall we be able to print a biological face in 3D one day? And what about the ethics of doing that? There is a colleague in China who has disappeared well, after a trial against him. He was a professor at Shenzhen University, and he was a guru of artificial intelligence applied to the editing of the genetic code. You're probably familiar, and Professor Flora Koukiou certainly is familiar with the two researchers who have been awarded the Nobel Prize in chemistry in 2020, because they perfected this genetic knife, which is an instrument that can be used to edit the genetic code of living beings. We can now edit the deep biology of individuals. So we can edit the genetic code. This colleague in China was sentenced to jail because he edited the genetic code of 3 fetuses in order to empower them against possible contagions of HIV. And of course, this is revolutionary from the scientific point of view, but is also very close to eugenetics, which was a Nazi enterprise. So he was jailed because his scientific behavior was illegal in the ethical framework of every country in the world. But at the same time, this accident shows that there is a disquieting possibility that we'll be in the future in the at least technical position. I'm not saying in the ethical position, but in the technical position of printing a face which is not made of pixels, which is not made of inorganic matter, which is actually made of the same fabric of life that makes our own face. And well, when we were in New York with Simona Stano before the pandemic and talking about food and new food, I as a vegan could eat this artificial hamburger that was biologically a hamburger, but ethically was not a hamburger, because no animal had been killed to produce the meat. So you see that things are getting more complex, exactly because of the development of technology. So thank you very much for your question. We'll continue to discuss about the materiality of the face and other plastic features of the face, which are also important in relation to the uncanny valley. But you were right in pointing out the importance of materiality in the uncanny valley, because it's always neglected by reflections on uncanny valley. But it is now the moment to give the floor to Professor Julien Longhi, who has been my host at the Institute. It was a pleasure to cooperate with him, albeit only virtually. Professor Longhi is a very renowned linguist in France and elsewhere. He's a professor of universities, and he is a specialist in the analysis of political and mediatic media discourse, as well as applied linguistics in the context of risk and security. His fields of investigation in particular are the semantics of discourse, pragmatic linguistics, corpus linguistics, computational linguistics, and computational humanities. And I'm saying this because I think we should learn a lot from Professor Longhi. University of Turin is now launching a new department in digital humanities, and Professor Longhi, I think, offers a wonderful example of a very fruitful approach to this new interdisciplinary field. He's the director of the IDHN, Institut des Humanités Numériques, and he has many publications, both in French and English and other languages, many of which have really been fundamental in the field. I mentioned just in 2018 du discours comme champ au corpus comme terrain, contribution méthodologique à l'analyse sémantique du discours, Paris-L'Harmattan. I edited an important edited volume, La communication numérique du code à l'information, published in 2017, always by L'Harmattan. Is also very present the media and in the public debate, because this research is very important also in the public sphere. So I don't want to steal more time from him, and I give him immediately the floor for this contribution, which is going to be entitled Multimodality in Political Debates and Transmediality in Political Social Media, Some Contributions of Digital Humanities for Discourse Analysis. Professor Longhi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Can you see my screen? It's okay?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we can see a screen on a screen. So the
yes. Okay, that's good. Because I have 2 or 3 web pages to show you, and after I will share my PowerPoint. Thank you very much. For me, it's a little bit hard today because it's a really new subject of research that I will present today. I had some ideas just after hearing you at your last talk, maybe two months ago. I don't really remember. And I had some ideas. I discussed that with my colleagues, and I proposed this title of talks, but at that time, I didn't really know what I will be able to do. But in fact, we have some results. So I'm quite happy to share these results with you and to discuss about the opportunity to develop some points. In fact, you told that my research is linked to the digital discourse analysis and in particular to political tweets. I show you three web pages in 2014 in project whose goal was to build corpora of political tweets. You can see it, and you have lots of information to download corpora and to extract some information about the occurrence, the spatial or technical context, and this first step allows us to develop another project called IDEO, whose goal was to build a real-time platform to allow citizens to analyze political debates, in particular in electoral contexts. And for example, here it was linked to the presidential election. And we developed this. It's online. I can share you the link if you want to test after. Okay, give you the link. And the goal of this platform is to observe and to analyze and to compare, for example, the use of some words. I can choose here, for example, immigration. And if I click here, I have some information about the number of tweets by candidate, of course, but I also have some information about who use more this word, for example, here. And you can also have other visualizations about the words used with this word. For example, here you can look at this picture. I go fast, but you can also have a focus on the specific candidates. If you want to have a look at Emmanuel Macron, for example, you can click here. And also you have all the tweets, and you have some information here. It's about the topics of his political discourse. And you have factorial analysis that helps you to distinguish. For example, here you have thematic topics about terrorism and security. Here it is about employment and taxes. And you can think of this corpora according to this visualization. I go very fast, but the difficult point here was to extract. We have a third part in this platform. It's a search engine, a dynamic search engine. Here you can have search specific words. And if you look at, for example, Marine Le Pen, you can show a tweet here. And here it's a really big problem for us when we deal with natural language processing, because you have a short text here, you see some words, but in fact you have a video of a 3-minute video where Marine Le Pen is having a talk, and so she gives a quite big speech, but we can't extract this information with the API of Twitter or with a scraping engine, and it's a real difficulty. So the next project we have for the European elections was called Cicero, and we combine the analysis of tweets and of videos. If I choose, for example, here, maybe you remember in France the Gilets jaunes, it was a big social movement. You have here, you can have the video or the tweets, and if I choose here video, for example, I can click here, and I have all the little sequences. This one is not really good. Here it's an interview, and here you have the player, and you can hear Gilets jaunes. I hope you can hear.
C'est la faiblesse générale. Est-ce que vous soutenez toujours les gilets noirs et jaunes, j'ai envie de dire les survivants des gilets jaunes des débuts? Je soutiens. Okay, so here we have the gilets jaunes, and it was the first step of a search engine allowing us to combine the textuality and the multimodality of social media. We extracted the speeches from the videos, and we did a specific search engine to explore this new corpora. We have this new information that social media are increasingly integrating multimedia content, and for us it's a really big challenge. And this is particularly the case for tweets, which in their body, as you can see, contain, in addition to text, visual or audiovisual elements that contribute to the argumentation put forward. For example, I will give you an extract for a tweet from Emmanuel Macron. We have the speech by the presidential candidate Macron. It is quoted by a user, and it is linked to its broader context in a form of video here. So that's my point of interpretation. You have Emmanuel Macron. We have a video of 17 seconds here, and it is shared on Twitter. And here you have the quotation. If you just use the API of Twitter, you just get the textual elements, but you don't get the whole citation. So the idea of my talk is to extend the previous works we did with CMC Corpora, computer mediated communication, and it is the automated consideration of multimedia content that embed in social media messages. So it's a really new research project. So don't be afraid if it's just some points I give you with not lots of details, because it's a work in progress, but it's a pleasure to share it with you in this context. And the goal is to explore the automatic extraction of emotions from political figures based on tools using artificial intelligence, as Massimo talked just before. So we can use some tools, and with this tool, in fact, we have to use some features that can help us to extract some information about faces of these political candidates. Maybe all of you know these action units that allows to describe the faces, things like that. So we have a kind of grammar of facial expressions about with the lips, the upper face action units, the lower face action units, and so on. I won't give lots of details because I think a lot of you know that. So we have an inventory of different facial expressions for both the upper and the lower face, which can be applied to our video, the extract embedded in the tweet. For example, here you can have information about the eyebrow of Emmanuel Macron, or here about the mouth. That means that the tool can help us to extract these features. Another view of that is a kind of a process like that. It was in a PhD. Sorry, I forget the reference. About automatic face and eye detection that helps us to give to extract the action units. So also another view. And the hypothesis is that we can combine these action units to detect, maybe, or help us to detect some emotions. Here you can have the happiness, fear, sadness, and so on. And in fact, if you combine here, for example, 3 action units, you can detect the happiness of a face. So it's a hypothesis. I say it's a hypothesis because I'm a linguist. I come from human sciences, and I am very careful about what can artificial intelligence can do. But it's a way to work on this field. To extract emotions, we can have a set of basic emotions. Here we have a state of the art about some works that gives some basic emotion. In fact, in the literature, we often have the big 6. It is called here: happiness, sadness, anger, disgust, fear, anxiety, and surprise. Of course, we can add other emotions, and we have to be really more precise. But here the goal is just to start the work and to show how we can use tools and extract some big emotions, and after be more precise in the next steps of the study. So I used 2 tools. The first one is OpenPose. In fact, it was we used that about projects linked with sports, and in particular with table tennis. We have a project with colleagues Boris Borgic and Emric Herades linked to the automatic analysis of table tennis and players, and we used OpenPose for that. It's something like that. You have the representation of the body. It's really used for bodies, but in fact, you have also information about faces, and it was the first step for us to determine some key points on faces and the way that we can have an automatic representation of that. But the second one was we found was OpenFace. Massimo probably remember we had a meeting at the EDHN with our colleague Nicolas Priotakis, and he used a lot of this software almost for deep fake detection or face reconstitution, but we can use it for other purposes, like maybe emotion extraction. So the general process is that you put an image, it detects some key points, it does a kind of transformation, and you have deep neural networks that helps you to do some tasks like clustering, similarity detection, or classification. You have lots of tutorials or blogs, or maybe scientific papers dealing with that. I won't give more details. So you have a lot of measurements from the images, and that helps you to do a kind of modelization of some key points, eyes, nose, mouth on the faces. I don't want to give lots of more details, but what I want to do is just on a methodological way and theoretical way, give some applications, the way we can apply these tools and these hypotheses to political debate, and in particular to the extraction that we can have embedded in the tweets. We use these tools in the same debate was embedded in the tweet with Macron and Marine Le Pen. So you can have here the real face in the video, and with open pose and open face, you have this kind of representations. So it's just the beginning, but maybe we can have information when we look at that about the organization of the points, and maybe that can help you with the first action unit representation to be more objective, to detect some facial expressions. Another one here, you have that. There is a lot of work to do with gestures. I won't talk about that today, but we're trying to do things with that, because maybe that can help us to have a semiological representation of the body and the linked with the text and the body, of course. But today I will just focus on the facial emotions. Okay, here you have another facial expression with Macron. The arms are really different, the shoulders too. Here you have a difference of organization between the head, maybe, and the neck. And of course, you have on the mouth quite of a big difference between the last one, for example. So here it's just a manual representation of what we can do. But if we want to link that with our discourse, we can go back to the element presented in the first tweet. So the sentence was Marine Le Pen, la France mérite mieux que vous. Marine Le Pen, France deserves better than you. And my idea, it was seen as one of the best punchline of Macron during the debate. And my goal was to extract some information about this punchline, not with political or sociological or mediatical representations, but with really semiotical and linguistic informations. So when we have this sentence, we can do the same modelization with open pose. We can see it on Twitter, of course, because Macron shared this punchline. We can have the representation with open face. And my goal is to combine the automatic analysis of the face and of the speech. So I used 3 tools linked to the BERT tool. It's a deep language model that can represent the type of syntactic and semantic abstraction traditionally believed necessary for language processing, and can model complex interaction between different levels of hierarchical information. And in particular, BERT is the first deeply bidirectional unsupervised language representation, pre-trained only on plain text corpus, and so on. So I use 3 pre-trained models just to try on this sentence. The first one is this one. It's a link to the sentiment analysis. And I give my sentence, and as you can see here, Bert extract from this sentence a quite high level of sentiment. So it's interesting because it's a punchline, but it's also something really linked to a specific sentiment from Emmanuel Macron. When we have to, if you want to have more specific informations, we can use another pre-trained model. This one was trained on the Allociné user reviews. And we can try to explore the positivity or negativity of this sentence. Here you can see it is seen as positive. And the third model I used is also linked to Bert, of course, and it was linked to some emotions: anger, disgust, surprise, and sadness. And what is interesting, it is that the most detected emotion is anger. So the hypothesis we can do is that Emmanuel Macron, when he pronounced this sentence, has a high level of sentiment and is quite anger. So that is the hypothesis. Because we have hunger and a quite big intensity. But since, as we have seen, this statement was part of an interaction, we can try to know if the candidate also physically expressed this hunger. Research on action units and focus on the detection of hunger, but by combining the action unit 6, 7, 9, 22, 23, and 25. So we use the open face, and we have just, it is the frame are linked to the 3 seconds of the punchline, and we can have the representation of the the apparition of these action units. Okay, so we have to find, for example, 6, 7, 9. So if I have 6, no, 7, it's like that. And we combine all these action units in this specific window here, and you have the representation here of the automatic extraction of anger on Emmanuel Macron's face. So it's an hypothesis. It's a way to work. I don't know if it's really representative of the reality, but it's a way to have access to new features from this political debate. Of course, as a linguist or semiotician in general, the importance is to be able to come back to corpora, to observe the results, and to show the elements inside the specific context. So we can have a focus on all the faces of Emmanuel Macron when he's saying this sentence, and we can observe that if in fact has he expressions linked to anger, or is it a mistake from the intelligence, the artificial intelligence? But it's a way to explain and to be able to do an evaluation of the quality of the results of the algorithm. So the automatic analysis of the candidate's face reflected a certain anger. You can see here the level is quite high and sometimes higher. So maybe it's a way to objectively say that Macron is anger there. The result met our initial objective of introducing a multimodal dimension of the automated analysis of political messages in Twitter. In fact, it's hard to extract all the information of the video, but if we can extract some emotions of the faces during the video, maybe we can add this new information with the analysis of the text, and we can use these new features to do more specific and real analysis of social media messages. maybe we can have the whole information of the video, but we can extract new features, and it's always better than ignoring them. Maybe I will conclude, but just to have to show that this methodology maybe can help us to deal with some emblematic cases of political debates. In particular, in France, we have this specific moment in 27 during the debate between Ségolène Royal and Nicolas Sarkozy. And this moment was really the key point of the political campaign, because after that, Nicolas Sarkozy get lots of points and won the election. And some commentators say that that was this part of the debate that helped Sarkozy to win, because Ségolène Royal, here you can hear, was quite angry about something, and there was a big part of the debate that Nicolas Sarkozy says, "Oh, Madame Royal is angry. She's angry. She can be a president because presidents don't have to be angry." And my idea was to prove, in fact, can we prove really the anger of Ségolène Royal? So I did the same thing, and here you have the representation of anger. And my hypothesis was that was this point, the highest point of anger, it is Ségolène Royal. But in fact, when you look at the specific frames and the values, it is Nicolas Sarkozy. So that's quite funny, because in fact, the highest level of anger during this part of the debate is from Nicolas Sarkozy. But in fact, if we look more precisely, all the big sequences linked to anger are, in fact, of course, linked to Ségolène Royal, but she has a lowest level of anger. And you can focus, and in fact, yes, of course, here you can see maybe she's really angry, but that's what she can do, but that was a very key point of this debate. So to conclude, maybe I can just open. Sorry, just 1 minute to show you. Our next projects are also linked to this Cicero platform, but it's a new version. Previously, that was the old version, but now we have a new version. As you can hear, it is embedded in the website of the Cicero project. And for example, if we have a look at, I can say Europe, I can choose a specific candidate here, for example, and I can share these 3 engines. No, not actually, no, because we don't have lots of tweets. Oh, I have a problem with the tweet, sorry, or I can say Europe. Okay, okay, that's okay. So the goal here is to have 3 windows of this kind of analysis, video screen, a tweet screen, and here we have a specific conceptual representation. Here, for example, you have economy, here with fiscality, employment, it's really short, sorry. And if we click here, for example, it can help, and it can be used as a search engine. Here, all the videos and the tweets linked to emploi. And the next steps are to develop this emotion and facial detections to add new features and new information for a political discourse analysis. And my conclusion will be that digital humanities maybe can help discourse analysis to be more creative, maybe renewing the discursive analysis of political debates, thanks to this kind of new information. I really know that it's the beginning of this research, so we have to do a lot of work with this facial analysis and emotion recognition, but it's just a first step for next projects, and it helps to extend discourse analysis to a multimodality and maybe transmodality, because all these debates are shared on Twitter and are linked to other modalities. Okay, that's the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Longhi. That was a fascinating talk, and I'm really impressed by your way of constructing research for the sake of feasibility, because we saw that step by step this could be actually done and developed. So congratulations. Probably there are many questions and comments, but I would like to take advantage of my position to ask you an initial question. In this transfer from studying, let's say, verbal text to visual text, there is, I think, something to consider concerning the source of these materials. So if we study tweets, we can study the multitude, but if we study images, faces of politicians, for instance, we inevitably switch to the individual, and as a consequence, also our data, maybe our big data, but in a different frame. So my point is, are we going in the direction of, let's say, knowing a little bit more about the anger of Macron, about the anger of, let's say, right-wing or left-wing politicians, about the anger of all politicians? I don't know if my question is correct. You know, like this switch from text to image inevitably is a switch from the collectivity to the individuality, because not everybody can show his or her face in the social networks in the same way as Macron does it, of course, with the same influence.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. I think there's several points to answer. The first thing I want to say is my initial focus is on the linguistic dimension of these messages. So I can't go out my first field, and all these informations are, I can say, maybe additional informations about the way that we can compute the messages, and in particular the combination of the text extracted from the tweets with the computational tools, and the multimodal information that we can have, but that are never used. I think you talked about the big data approaches, for example, when they use social media, they just extract the text. And one thing that can be interesting, that can be how can this analysis can confirm or not the deep learning approaches of maybe, for example, sentiment analysis, because you have lots of specific ways to express, like sarcasm, irony, second degree, things like that. And when you have just the textual element without the context and without the global semiotic representation, sometimes you can't say really if it is sarcasm or irony. So my point is a little bit modest, but it is just to maybe extract new features to help with textual investigations. But of course, maybe we can, for example, in France, we had elections last weekend, and the extreme right of the party of Marine Le Pen was very angry against the electors, because lots didn't vote, and in particular their own electors, and their faces were really angry. So maybe we can, about your question about the individual and the global aspects, maybe that can be linked with that we call in discourse analysis discursive formation, discursive matrices, for example, with kind of big global structuration of the field and some general representation of some of discourse. And maybe we can detect maybe tendencies, for example, of specific ways of discourse. I have to think about that, but yeah, that's a key point of discourse analysis. In fact, to combine the individual and the enunciative dimension of a specific enunciator to the global field of this party, for example. And it's there are lots of debates in the community of discourse analysis about a more subjective approach and a more I can say Marxist approach of the structure. And maybe that can be, but I have no answer now, but it's a good question.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's a very important answer because we are struggling with these questions, with these issues and facets as well, where we would like to have a map of how the face is used on social networks. But of course, there are also limits linked to privacy. You know, we can extract tweets ad libitum, but we cannot extract, let's say, fashion reactions to politicians from social networks. You know, we can only analyze some images of faces and very carefully selected according to a very constrictive ethical framework. So, but in the case of the protagonist of politics, of course, that can be done. So it's certainly an advantage and an advantageous point of departure. I believe that there is a question first by Dr. Marco Viola, who's also a postdoc at Facets, and another question by Professor Maria Giulia Dondero. So I know who was first. Maybe we give the floor to Professor Maria Giulia Dondero first, who has also officially raised her yellow hand.
Thank you so much, Massimo. And thank you to Julien Longhi. I'd like to ask you something about the emotional classification. And I'd like to know if you think that to use the theory of aspectuality in emotion description could be possible, technically possible, and useful to better describe the different moment of the emotional process, because certainly it's probably easier to classify and to find a category to characterize anger, fear, and so on. But it's probably interesting, especially if we want to study videos to be able to describe the different moments of the intensity of emotion. And my second comment, it's about the anger in Macron's speech directed to Marine Le Pen, and the anger in Ségolène Royal's speech. I think that it can be considered that probably misregard and contempt are very important in the Macron comment on Marine Le Pen, more than anger, because if we compare the two speeches, there is a big difference, I think, between Macron that thinks that she's incapable to lead the country, and the debate between the two possible president, Sarkozy and Royal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. For the first question about the theory of aspectuality,
I'm not a specialist, so I hope I will be able to answer. What can I say? In fact, when we start with action units, I think maybe we can have a mathematical representation of the repetition, of the variation, of the frequency of some action units. And in fact, we don't have to go through the modelization of emotions. Maybe it doesn't work, but that's the first hypothesis I do, that this action unit that can help us to extract emotion. But in fact, if that doesn't work, maybe we can just have measurements of the variation of some action units and describe, in fact, the way that something is moving on the face of someone, and just being able, in fact, to distinguish some moments during the video and saying that, oh, here it is moving, here it is moving. So that can be the second step if the first one doesn't work. If you really can extract emotion and say, yeah, it is happiness, it is anger, and so on, that's maybe the best way to do that. But if we see that the algorithms are doing lots of mistakes, maybe just one way was to have this kind of measurements. The second point, maybe when you say the question, I think it is also linked to Massimo's question about the difference between some political candidates, in fact, and when we are Emmanuel Macron, you're not, of course, Marine Le Pen, and you are not an opponent of the system. You are always against. So, in fact, yes, you're right. Your face is quite different than someone that has to, that can be president and that to do a government. And maybe, yes, we can think of a kind of grammar of political faces according to the political positions. For example, if you are more utopian, maybe you have some happiness on your face, I can say. And if you are an extreme party, of course, you have maybe more anger or disgust when you talk about migrants or things like that. And so that's a really good question. I haven't thought about that before, but thank you very much.
Yeah, it's an excellent topic. I agree. I mean, semiotics has probably dealt with it, but on a very qualitative level. You know, the reflection on the body of Mussolini, for instance, and the fact that some patterns were then imitated by Hitler, by other dictators, and they became sorts of, you know, pathos formel. But it would be interesting to see whether this reflection can be done quantitatively and through computational methods. You know, the grinning of Trump, whether there is a certain coherence between Berlusconi's gestures and Sarkozy's gestures in that epoch of you know, common political somehow approach to society. So that would be a fascinating project. We have the time for, I would say, 7 minutes for a quick exchange between Dr. Marco Viola, who also wants to ask a question.
Well, yes, I've missed a lot. Thank you very much for this nice talk. Thanks, Massimo, for the floor. I'm fascinated by the actual application of these because I've been studying basic emotion theory, which is the classification behind this, for a long time now, I'd say. And as you probably know, there are two main, we can distinguish among the many distinctions we may want to make. An important one in interpreting facial movements related to emotion. We have some scholars emphasizing the fact that facial movement express something about the face bearer. Okay, so I do a face because I feel something, and this reflects as in the traditional mirror of the soul kind of motto. Whereas other are more focused on the communicative role of the facial movements, and some scholars like Alan Friedlund go as far as saying the face you make has nothing to do, or does not necessarily has something to do with your inner feelings. It is more about what you want to produce in your observer. And I think this might be especially true in when we have political speeches, because they have some training in being communicative, some more, some less, and of course there are hybrid views like, look guys, there are phases are sometimes about how you feel and sometimes about what you want to convey to other people. Now, the classification, the taxonomy you presented, which is, I know, the most common taxonomy in affective computing, working on it these days, is based on the strong and a little bit outdated assumption that phases are revelatory of what are our inner feelings. But since I've seen you're very prudent in your interpretation, and this is obviously a praiseworthy quality, I wonder whether these inner feelings versus affect I want to produce is thematized, is a topic you have in mind when you and your colleagues interpret these data about action units and alleged emotions that appear on the faces. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you very much. As I said, it's the really beginning of the research, so we have a quite superficial representation of all these topics that are worked by semiotics or anthropologists in a long time. So I'm really prudent and modest, but you're right that in political context, I think there is the political are trained, and they of course want to express something in order to be more to have an argumentation, a stronger argumentation maybe. So my hypothesis is that they work before debates in order to express some emotions, but the goal of these emotions is to convince and to maybe be stronger in the interaction with the opponent. When you look anger, maybe it's not just to say something and you look angry, but you want to show to your opponent that you are angry, and maybe you want to have some reaction from him. So I think the inside part of the emotions can be maybe linked with the topic of the interaction, because in fact, when you express this emotion, you want your opponent to feel maybe something. And it's the case of Ségolène Royal, because she was very trained, I think, but at that part of the debate, we show that she really lose her calm, as Nicolas Sarkozy said, and that was a very more spontaneous part of the debate. And maybe there she was expressing what she was feeling and not what she prepared to express. So I think it's a methodological precaution to distinguish the internal and the external, if I can resume like that the representation. But what I see in this debate is that the interaction can combine the two aspects. And it was the case also with Macron and Le Pen. At one point, Marine Le Pen was a little bit crazy, and she said something like, "Oh, there are always in the campaign," and she was quite crazy. And I think that was a reaction of Macron's speeches, but also of Macron's faces. And he was doing like I can say a school teacher. He was talking to her like that, and with his face of school teacher, I can say something more. And so she became quite crazy about that. And her face expressed maybe this transgression of preparation. But okay, yeah, it's also I'm really happy of all the questions because as I say, it's a really new project. So we started with basical references, but it's really interesting to have all your. It's not really an answer, but it's some elements I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Longhi, and we look forward to knowing more about the development of this project. Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to invite you to Turin to expose the subsequent results of this investigation. It will be a pleasure. But it's now time to give the floor to Professor Maria Giulia Dondero. Professor Maria Giulia Dondero is Directeur d'études at the National Belgian Fund for Scientific Research and a Professor of Visual Semiotics at the University of Liège. She's the author of 4 books. Well, these are the latest books because she's very prolific. So, Le langage de l'image, de la peinture of big visual data, published by Herman, Paris, and there is an English augmented version entitled The Language of Images, the Forms and the Forces, published by Springer, also in 2020. Then I remember I mentioned also Des images à problème, l'essence du visuel à l'épreuve de l'image scientifique, with Jacques Fontany, published in 2012, also with an English translation, The Semiotic Challenge of Scientific Images, a test case for visual meaning. Semiotique de la photographie, with Pierluigi Basso, Professor Pierluigi Basso, published in 2011, and Les Secrets de l'image photographique, published in 2009. Maria Giulia Dondero is very known in the international semiotic community. She's co-founder and editor-in-chief of the peer-reviewed journal Signata, Annales de Semiotique, and co-director of the collection Sigilla at the Presse Universitaire de Liège. She was also, among other things, General Secretary of the International Association for Visual Semiotics since 2015 and Vice President of the French Association for Semiotics since 2013. We were very lucky in Turin this year because we had her as a visiting professor for the current academic year, and students and colleagues alike were delighted to attend her seminars in presence and also online. So without further ado, I give the floor to you, Professor Dondero.
Thank you so much, Massimo. I'm very happy to participate to this symposium with all the researchers of facets. Thanks to Massimo for this very, very kind invitation. And in this talk, my goal is to contrast the representation of models in photography, in fashion and fine photography, with the average faces constructed by algorithms for identifying and reproducing beauty. What are the similarities and differences between inanimate objects characterized by faces devoid of singularities and which can be compared to sorts of angelic faces, and the algorithmic parameters through which beauty and attractiveness are calculated and predicted? I would like to begin this talk on beauty by quoting some passages from a minor article by Emanuele Coccia, written in Italian in 2016 under the title of La morale della fotomodella, la mostra su Bettina Graziani alla Galleria Asedina Laià, which is illustrated with some photos of the famous model Bettina. This article by Coccia, which is very short and perhaps not aimed at resolving sharp theoretical questions, nevertheless fascinated me because it ascribes great importance to the spirituality of models. He states, that of the model is the only form of magic that our society knows and tolerates. And like any other form of magic, it attracts suspicion, contempt, and or insolent indifference. One is accustomed to consider the model as the most obvious symptom of the moral decadence of our age, its materialism and its predilection for superficiality. Yet it would be difficult to find a more spiritual individual than a model. The first step carried out by Emanuele Coccia is therefore to link the model with spirituality, while attempting to dissociate her from the preconceptions attached to her figure, such as decadence and emptiness. He continues, each model is a master of disguise. She does nothing but multiply her images, and yet her face is always impossible to recognize. Her job, one might say, is to generate situations, positions, possibilities, in a word, to generate selves, but selves that are universal. If each of us can identify with them, it's because the model is capable of identifying with every other person. She's an ascetic in the daily exercise of emptying herself. She knows how to transform identity into a common and anonymous possibility instead of making it private property. The model would be a concentration of spirituality because, in a certain sense, she empties herself of herself, of the weight of her identity, as do the ascetics who turn away from the desires and needs of their body. Coccia goes even further and affirms that models represent a morality superior to that of saints, because the latter are engaged with their singular personality and because their name and personal history are perpetuated and sacralized by the institution, whereas the model only has the task of distancing herself from herself in order to produce a possible identity, a form of life to be anonymously offered to all of us. Unlike the saints, Coccia again, who make perfection a matter of personal possession and private property, the model tries to transform aesthetic and moral perfection into a common good, possible for everyone and therefore ephemeral and impersonal, and which they themselves cannot fully enjoy. The fact that the model, according to Coccia, unlike the saint, cannot really enjoy the good that she herself produces for the benefit and delight of others, makes her a very distant presence. It's this distance from herself that makes her almost a divinity, an indifferent divinity whose varied bodily positions and gestures open a large range of possible experiences. It is in fact the portrait of distance and of multiplicity that Coccia tries to trace. A figure of benevolent, generous, ample distance. Her leggiadria, which may be somewhat loosely translated as gracefulness, makes her into a multifaceted presence. Her levity entails a volatile presence, one such as that of the angels, diffusing her grace all around. She builds a pret-à-porter identity that everyone can wear. In her body, the ego becomes a ready-made capable of coinciding with any of us, opening her face to welcome all the faces of the world, bringing universal beauty to her skin. Being a model means pushing the limits of individuality and humanity a little further. In a certain sense, the model, in Coccia's view, is someone whose moral attitude consists in losing herself and who acquires an anonymity that coincides with universal beauty as the beauty of an always other possible alternative form of life. In order to analyze the photos of Bettina Graziani, Coccia starts with a statement of Bettina about the fact that she declares that she does not recognize herself in her photos. In his article, Coccia states that the photos are a way to visualize the position of the model's body, each position opening onto a form of life, onto a universe of possible lives. While he analyzes the attitude captured at the moment of a photographic fixation, that is, the quality of suspension which the photographic medium confers to the living model, for my part, I will study another kind of model, the immobile model found in store windows, the so-called mannequin, which may be immobile in two senses, immobile first as objects and then as photographed objects. The mannequin has already caused great amounts of ink to flow, especially in commentaries regarding the myth of the automaton. We can only think of the book considered by some to be the first science fiction novel, The Future Eve by Villiers de l'Isle-Adam, published as a novel in 1886. I will now focus on the faces of mannequins. Let's begin by examining some photographs by a French artist, Valérie Belin, who produced a series of mannequin faces entitled Mannequins in 2003. In these photographs, we perceive a catalogue of face positions of women's faces, frozen faces. Frozen not only because they are photographed into inanimate faces, but because their very distant gaze is solely directed towards nothingness. In these photos, the chiaroscuro effect makes these women look like statues of marble. We realize that this effect of likeness to marble is mostly produced because of the serialization of the faces, as this series looks more like a catalogue of face positions than as showing facial expressions and individual dispositions. These photos remind us of an ambiguity between presence and absence that Ernst Jentsch wrote about in 1906 in a text entitled On the Psychology of the Uncanny, and after him Freud in 1919 in a text called The Unheimlich, the Disturbing Familiar. Among all the psychical uncertainties that can become a cause for the uncanny feeling to arise, there is one in particular that is able to develop a fairly regular, powerful, and very general effect, namely doubt as to whether an apparently living being really is animate, and conversely, doubt as to whether a lifeless object may not in fact be animate, and more precisely when this doubt only makes itself felt obscurely in one's consciousness. These photos are certainly not portraits, even if these women are not involved in any action or in any scenario. On the contrary, they are faces that are not addressed to anyone, pictures or distant gazes like those of dolls. In Vissuti di significazione, Pierluigi Basso revisits Rilke's work on the doll, which is considered as a kind of angel, as a silent presence, one before which the child tests its first affective experience and its first deception. The doll embodies a form of terrestrial angelicalness. In the universe of dolls, I decided to focus my attention on a kitsch angelicalness, that of Barbie, who puts forth a perfect body and displays a vast range of social activities. In fact, Barbie is, according to Basso Fossali, a bricolage of pre-processed and predominant forms, a thesaurus of aesthetic experiences, and her world is hyperreal, hyper-defined, available. Barbie exemplifies an angelic life because she preserves an impenetrable, self-contained environment. Barbie, in a sense, is a universal model because potentially she's everything. She embodies every social activity. As Basso states, Barbie is a space of infinitely varied availability, one bounded by Barbie's wardrobe, ranging from the office dress to the appropriate Hawaiian vacation outfit and ending with a spice suite. Barbie's world offers us all hairstyles, all clothing outfits, all performances. Everything is indifferent to her because her identity is metastable. In front of the Barbie world, one feels all virtualities resonating. Everything is available. There is nothing to say but this statement of availability, while the soul of the doll remains ineffable. Barbie is untouchable. Hers is a body that does not allow any promiscuity, but at the same time, it's a public body, informed by an aesthetic of fitness that operates on the body, subtracting any contingency in order to achieve the impersonality of the model. What are the differences between these three different kinds of diffuse or impersonal personalities? Between the impersonality of the model Bettina, the impersonality of Mannequin, and that of Barbie, what kind of beauty is related to these three types of impersonality? Bettina's impersonality almost implies a sacrifice, the sacrifice of giving up embodying a singularity in order to offer a face open to all forms of life. In a sense, her multiple faces coincide with invitations and offerings. The beauty embodied by Bettina is the beauty of multiple individualities and of openness to other possible forms of life. Bettina's photos remind us of the definition of beauty by François Cheng. True beauty is that which goes in the direction of the way. It being understood that the way is nothing else than the irresistible march towards open life. In other words, a principle of life which keeps all its promises open. In Valérie Bellin's Mannequin, the multiplicity of individualities does not prevail. On the contrary, it is instability and uncertainty that prevail in these faces, indifferently looking towards no direction in particular. This kind of beauty is anonymous like that of models such as Bettina, but in the case of mannequins, anonymity coincides with the repetition of sameness, as in the catalogue of face positions or as a paradigm of all directions. Barbie's anonymity is of another kind. She is the stereotype of every common situation. She embodies with her outfits and her hairdressings every standard situation in a very organized capitalistic life. Basso goes even so far as to talk about angelic porn and the fact that Barbie tricks us with the staging of all-around comfort. In Barbie's world, another kind of life is not possible because everything has already been planned. In this sense, such beauty can be defined as kitsch. Everything is already prepackaged. What she proposes us is a dazed life attitude. If we now take a look at the contemporary production and evaluation of beauty through algorithmic systems, we realize that the joint challenges of several disciplines, psychology, computer science, evolutionary biology, concern notably two procedures and objectives. The first one focuses on facial beauty prediction, and especially on the concordance between the way beauty is rated in different communities and by machine. In the paper Deep Learning for Facial Beauty Prediction by Koukiou and Ali, published in 2020, the authors aim at making the assessment of beauty more consistent with human opinion. The authors try to construct a global schema of beautiful faces from the features extracted from the photographs by means of convolutional neural networks. In fact, after extraction, the features are explored and summarized for aggregate analysis. We can observe here in this graph that the faces that are best rated, namely those in the first column, do not necessarily present in all cases the most prototypical features we would generally associate with the categories of Asian female, Asian male, Caucasian female, and Caucasian male. We discover what we already knew, that the calculated beauty cannot really manage to build different models of beauty for each category of person. In a way, all the faces we see in the first column are faces that we would want to classify as Hollywood faces, even if the first two are Asian and the other two are Caucasian. The differences between Asians and Caucasians finally fade in those who are noted as the most beautiful of their race. A second kind of paper takes inspiration from facial morphing studies, where the goal is typically to produce a continuous transformation between two very different faces. In this universe, I'm especially interested in data-driven approaches to the aesthetic enhancement of facial shapes. The paper entitled Data-Driven Enhancement of Facial Attractiveness by Leyland and Ali focuses on the challenging problem of enhancing the aesthetic appeal of human faces in frontal photographs, in portraits, while maintaining close similarity with the original face. In this experience, an automatic facial attractiveness engine trained on data sets of faces is used to compare the latter with facial attractiveness ratings collected from groups of human raters. In short, given a new face, a set of distances between a variety of facial features locations are extracted to define a point in a high-dimensional face space. The authors then search the face space for a nearby point in a model with a higher predicted attractiveness rating. Once such a model is found, the corresponding facial distances are embedded in the given original face and serve as a mark to define a two-dimension warp field which maps the original facial figures to their adjusted locations. The challenge mainly lies in finding the corresponding features of the two faces and in defining an appropriate warp. In our case, the challenge lies in finding the target shape into which the source image is to be warped. The beautification process is well explained through this image. Given a frontal portrait, original facial data you can see in the first image. Given a frontal portrait as input, the authors first semi-automatically identify a set of facial landmarks, the so-called feature points. Using a planar graph with these feature points as vertices, the authors extract a vector of distances, you can see in this image, a extract a vector of distances corresponding to the lengths of the edges in the graph. This vector is fed into a beautification engine, which yields a modified vector of distances possessing a higher predicted beauty score than the original vector, than that of the original vector. Next, the planar graph is re-embedded into the plane, attempting to make the new edge lengths as close as possible to the beautified distances. The resulting new positions of the feature points define a two-dimension warp field that is used to warp the input portrait into its beautified version. This process is successful only when the face has a neutral expression. A more detailed graph shows the process of this beautification experiment. The first image shows that in a collection of scored facial images, a total of 84 feature points are extracted semi-automatically from each face. The feature points are located on the outlines of 8 different facial features: 2 eyebrows, 2 eyes, the inner and outer boundaries of the lips, the nose, and the contour of the face. You can see it in the first image of the triptych. The mean normalized positions of the extracted feature points in figure B are used to construct a Delaunay triangulation. The triangulation consists of 34 edges, and the lengths of these edges in each face form its 34-dimensional distance vector in figure C. I'm going to conclude. Other experiments using algorithms are available today. It's possible to synthesize a new face from some features found in catalogs of photos and to build facial collages. Assembling features together using the Poisson blending, the beautification process can further enhance, as we can see in the image, the beauty score of a face. The third one is the beautified. The second one is only the collage face. In any case, the calculated beauty is very different from the kinds of beauty we just examined. Through algorithms, to achieve beauty, the machine tries to follow and to adapt to human raters, but in doing so, every specificity and every unicity, even races, which are very large and comprehensive category, are equalized. At the end of the process, we cannot distinguish the original face or the ethnic group to which these faces belong. The fact that the beautification process is successful only in the case of input photographs presenting neutral face expressions means that there is no possibility for beauty in movement or for beauty in development using these transformation rules. Faces become surfaces which can be easily manipulated. The result is that the expression of life experience is removed from them. In Bettina Graziani's photos, the great range of positions and gestures of the model shows directions, that is the future of the gesture, a possible development of the gesture. In the case of algorithmic beauty, no direction is possible because the face remains a flat surface for experimentation. The face does not embody the multiple possibility of life, but only provides multiple possibilities for tests and experimentations applied to a manipulable object. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Dondero, for this enthralling talk. Digital cosmetics, as they call it, is really one of my passions, also in everyday life, because I try to beautify my own persona. But there are many interesting issues that come from your presentation. Some of them relate to the extremely deep philosophical reflection that concerns the simulacra, dolls, puppets, and Pinocchio himself or itself, from which we started. I have many questions and comments for you, but my role imposes me to ask the audience first if there are any insights. I see that Professor Cristina Voto, who's also a postdoc at the Facets, wants to have the floor, and Cristina, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Massimo, and thanks to Maria Giulia for this really interesting presentation. I was really impacted by the path you made during your presentation, because this path from a static beauty to a beauty in movement that cannot be recognized by latest technology is making me feel, or making me think, that maybe there is an ideology behind the effect of beautiness that in Occidental visual culture we can define. And maybe this ideology is concerning a problem that is about symmetry, because if there is no possibility to recognize beauty in movement, what I was wondering, what I would like to ask you is if maybe the forces that can lie underneath the movement are those forces that cannot be able to create that effect of beautiness, concerning both artificial intelligence technology and maybe the effect of beauty that we are used to in our, let's say, fashion society. So maybe my question was not that clear, but I was really impacted by the number, the very big, the very numerous stimuli that your presentation gave me. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Cristina. It was very clear, I think. I wanted to tell you that it's important that you stress the fact that it's a problem of ideology, Occidental ideology, even if Chinese researchers are the best ones, we can say, in this kind of studies on facial classification and so on. What is surprising is that the whole Chinese philosophy, I only know the text of François Cheng and François Julien, so it's not a big, huge knowledge on Chinese philosophy, but for the two of them that are specialists, one is Chinese and the other is a specialist of Chinese philosophy, is that for them beauty is really a flow, is really something that is always changing and evaluating. And you know, even they almost have a difficulty to classify, they almost, Cheng speaks about beauty because she's writing for us, for French people, for Occidental scholars. So he speaks about beauty, but beauty as illness and other terms, other ontology that we, the characteristic that we consider ontology, for them is really forces and really processes and then flow. So it's strange to see that the Chinese scholars today, they are going to classify, they are classifying and pursue this Occidental point of view, and whereas the Chinese philosophy that published in France, for instance, is describing an idea of the being completely different, as really something that it's impossible to grasp in a fixed identity or individuality. I hope it was.
Thank you, Maria Giulia. This is really crucial in our debate on artificial intelligence and beauty in the Chinese context. As you mentioned, there is a lot of development in the field in China. I think, in my experience, the best apps for face beautification are actually the Chinese ones, the most complex ones. But certainly, you are completely right. The authors that you mentioned, that you quoted, are really influenced by mainly Taoist philosophy. So the way actually in Cheng's quotation translates this very difficult philosophical term of Tao, which is fundamental in Chinese aesthetics. But at the same time, there is a, let's say, ancestral conception of beauty in Chinese history, which is connected with practicality. So the Chinese logogram kanji character for beauty has been related to the kanji character for mutton. So there would be something related to meat, to actually the delicacy of a mutton soup in the etymology of first etymology of beauty. But there's a lot of debate, because also in the Marxist period, Chinese aesthetics somehow, on the one hand, absorbed but maybe constructed also this practical etymology, because in the Marxist conception of beauty, Marx has no aesthetics practically. So the conception of beauty in Marxist China was connected with practicality, with the fact that something could be useful. So an utilitarian conception of beauty. But the present day apps absorb this Western become global conception of beauty that has little to do with either the Taoist philosophy or the utilitarian, ancestral, practical understanding of beauty. So it is it's certainly a field that we should explore more, maybe in a subsequent symposium in China, where I hope you'll be able to participate. The coffee break has started, but is actually coincident with the discussion. So I invite you to drink your coffee while we discuss Maria Giulia's talk. So are there any other questions? Yeah, I see that Dr. Juliana has a question. Please, Dr. Marco.
Thank you very much, Maria Giulia. I wanted to point out actually another problem with what is behind the creation of this algorithm, which is the psychology studies behind the human perception of beauty. When I first discovered about all this beautification, and I was very interested, and so I tried many psychological experiments. You can find it actually quite easily. So in which they ask you which is the most beautiful face, right? And so you have to choose. And of course, at the end of the experiment, it says that everyone is going to be amazed by the results, so that everyone is the same. And actually, it is absolutely not like that. If you make this experiment, you are at least I was kind of disappointed. So this is, I think, a fundamental point, because the idea of beauty that is implemented into these algorithms, the mathematical rules, is often made on psychological experiments, which are far from the imperfect, even only by starting with the problem of the word beauty, of the linguistic beauty. If, for example, instead of asking you which is the most beautiful face, which may be implied in sociological term of ideology, which is the face that most people would recognize as beautiful, I will ask you, which of these faces make you fall in love? Probably none of such faces would be answered as beautiful, right? For us, it is like a coincidence that a beautiful face is a face you fall in love with. However, if you look at the pictures, you couldn't possibly fall in love in them for a very simple reason. Because even if you look at the pictures, they are completely different. They have the wrong lighting, some are black and white, some are from far, different angles. And I found that in a lot of experiments. So I think that this kind of stereotype of beauty comes also from the idea, from the wrong idea that we have, on the wrong idea of some scientific evidence, which are only broadly, which comes actually from psychology. And I think this is a big issue, because then after, very often these algorithms are implemented on the stereotype of our beauty. And this is also, it is amusing because it is also true for Barbie, you know, like when you were reading about Pierluigi Basso, that there is a Barbie for everything. Well, actually, it's wrong. I never found a Barbie that I want as a girlfriend. There is no nerdy Barbie, for example. There are a lot of outfits which are impossible for Barbie. So she is quite far from being possible and available to everyone. It's a problem of modern reader, very, very simply in semiotic terms. So I just wanted to point it out and know if you agree. Thank you.
Gianmarco, thank you so much. It was very, very interesting, this question about beauty and falling in love. I really thought about it when I was writing my text, and I tried to show different kind of impersonality, and I think that the problem is that each kind of beauty I showed, it was always a beauty that had nothing to do with individuation, about what spoke Massimo this morning. So it's interesting, I think, to show the different kind of non-personal beauty and non-personal identification. They are very different, because the impersonality of Bettina is sublime and has nothing to do with the inanimate objects of Mannequins and so on. But in every case, it's not possible to adhere. It's not possible to think about a dialogue, we can say. So impossible to think about a different kind of embracing beauty through love. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dondero. Thank you very much, Dr. Giuliana. By the way, in the chat, there's been a frantic search for a nerdy Barbie, and apparently she has been found for you, Dr. Giuliana. And but it's currently unavailable because too much on demand. So, but it's time for us to move on and to give the floor to Professor Cristina Voto, who's also a postdoc researcher at FACETS and a professor at the University of Turin, as well as in other universities, including universities outside of Italy in Argentina, the National University of Tres de Febrero. And she's going to deliver a talk entitled Deep Fake, Face Posing and Querying Data, Life is AI Cabaret. Wonderful title. The floor is yours, Professor Voto.
Thanks, Massimo, for the presentation. I'm really happy you appreciate the title, because I do think also that it's a nice way to start a presentation by evoking the film of Bob Fosse, Cabaret, and mostly the wonderful performance of Liza Minnelli in the cited movie. So yes, let's start. And before starting, I'd like to say also that I'm really happy that my presentation has been preceded by Maria Giulia and Professor Maria Giulia Dondero and the Professor Massimo presentation, because as you will see, there are different kinds of evocation that you will find in my presentation that has already been commented and analyzed by the two professors. So let's start. If semiotics is the discipline that studies everything that can be used to lie, as stated by Umberto Eco in his A Theory of Semiotics, in today's digital and automated iconosphere, resorting to this discipline, to our discipline, can help to entangle the reality effect that can be conferred on a visual fake as the counterpart of a visual authenticity when it conceals its content of falsity while presenting itself as a fact. Surely it would not cost us to realize that the entire history of human species has been confronted with fake, and mostly with fake representation of reality, triggering a cognitive retroalimentation between fiction and perception. But equally surely, it will not cost us to realize that today we are confronted with a visual culture where fakes and forgeries are conditioned by non-human intentionality, specifically artificial and automated agencies that act in the digital context of the promise of a peculiar hyper-transparent effect of reality, using and manipulating the words of Louise Morin that we can see here in this really nice portrait in his studio. So in this regard, and following Morin, and precisely his work on visual enunciation, where he formulated the distinction between the transparency and the opacity in painting, that is the difference between the representation and the presentation of the representation, just to put it very, very quickly, we can affirm that the general trend within the digital and automated iconosphere is to consider the visual fake as hyper-transparent enunciation, a representation of a reality with no doubt about its authenticity. If we just bear in mind the recently appear technosocial factors and actors like deepfakes, we can affirm that these synthetic media technologies that use artificial intelligence and particularly machine learning represent an hyper-transparent effect of reality, concealing its material and fictional enunciation. Let's quickly think of a concrete example. Since the most remote times, arts have always been a privileged field for the reproduction and the production of the suspension of these beliefs, and therefore for the understanding of the effect of reality, thanks to our capability for creating and using simulacra of the world. And if we now think about the uses and the application of artificial intelligence in the field of arts, that's called AI art, we see how our perception and fruition with the works of art is confronted with rather complex effects. As pointed out by Professor Massimo Leone in his recent paper, Semioethics of Visual Fake, in the case of the illusions resulted by the trompe-l'oeil, we just see two maybe of the most known example of trompe-l'oeil, the one in Mantua, the Camera Picta by Mantegna, and the 400 years later work of art by Per Borrell del Caso, Escaping Criticism. So, in the case of the illusions resulted by the trompe-l'oeil, the effect of reality is maximum, and we witness to the substitution of the image that represents a reality with a reality that represents itself, that becomes to the eye of the observer the reality of itself. And continuing with Professor Leone, we can say that much of the most recent technological change in the field of visual representation and visualization aims at even more skillful instances of trompe-l'œil. The proliferation of deepfakes that transparently promise the reality effect opens up to new questions concerning both automated and embodied visual forgeries. What I will try to do in this presentation today is thought to recur to a piece of AR art, thanks to which make emerging qualitative and quantitative contemporary trends when representing and portraying human and human identity with a particular focus on human faces by using deepfakes. While we are constantly getting used to transparently seeing better through AI, through artificial intelligence, the work of art that I will take in consideration opts for an exuberant opacity, an opacity out of place in the enunciation of gender identity within the framework of facial representation. In semiotic terms, and precisely from a Peircean perspective, reality is always perceived according to some habits negotiated by and through social interactions that give rise to a perceptual judgment within a community of interpreters. The concept of habit is a key concept for Peirce and for Peircean semiotics, and for the interpretation of the process of incorporation of the experience in the context of intersubjective relations. Continuing with Peirce, we can affirm that the effect of reality that deepfakes produce when concealing its falsity is both due to a cultural construction, the outer world, and to a physiological construction, the inner world. This is alike the case of the effect of visual continuity that the porch of the Ospedale degli Innocenti, designed by Brunelleschi, produced in the 15th century, and which today we are hardly able to grasp because we are used to other visual habits, to other effort of reality, to other perception, other technologies. So an unprecedented suspension of these beliefs happened under the porch in the Renaissance. The subject has to decide what to perceive as authentic, whether to believe the outer world or whether to believe the inner world. And the subject has to choose because through the eyes, it was possible one perception while the spatiality organized another. The spatiality was and still is organized thanks to the parallel lines of the floor and of the wall that remains with that composition until the end of the gallery. But the eyes, and on the other hand, and the eyes of our subject in the Renaissance, said that the parallel lines of the floor is prolonged to infinity. It is a deep negotiation of a fake visuality we cannot perceive today, but is widely documented in the writings of the epoch. From this point of view, Brunelleschi's project is the beginning, or at least this is my hypothesis, of the projective and latent space, a space with a predominance of indexical iconicity that depends above all on distances, that is on the metric relationship that exists between things themselves. So we will go back to this latency concerning the spatiality in machine learning and generative networks. But before, let's go back to semiotics. Peirce introduces the two categories that I mentioned before, the inner world and the outer world, for accounting the experiences incorporated through the diachronic and synchronic repetitions capable of transforming themselves into true awareness of consciousness. The interactions between the inner world and the outer world are interpretations that, even not completely conscious, can acquire these characteristics. Habits are, in this regard, not exactly beliefs, but rather beliefs can give rise to habits. And according to Peirce, the repetition of muscular and physiological effort in the outer world form a disposition, whereas the reiteration of mental efforts in the inner world creates an association. And we can read. To my apprehensions, consciousness may be defined as that congeries of non-relative predicates, varying greatly in quality and in intensity, which are symptomatic of the interaction of the outer world, the world of those causes that are exceedingly compulsive upon the modes of consciousness, with general disturbance, something amounting to shock, and are acted upon only slightly and wholly by a special kind of effort, muscular effort. And of the inner world, apparently derived from the outer and amenable to direct effort of various kinds of feeble reactions. The interaction of these two worlds chiefly consisting of a direct action of the outer world upon the inner and indirect action of the inner world upon the outer through the operation of habits. If these be a correct account of consciousness, that is, of the congeries of feelings, it seems to me that it exercises a real function in self-control, since without it, or at least without that of which it is symptomatic, the results and exercises of inner world could not affect the real determination of and habits of the outer world. I say that these belong to the outer world because they are not mere fantasies, but are real agencies. So the premises for rethinking the habit that determines a perception together with the experience of the perception itself are the result of the direct action of the external world on the internal world and the possibility of an indirect action of the latter on the external world. The conglomeration that results from this interaction exerts an effect on the perception of reality, because otherwise the action of the internal world could not exert any influence on the determination exerted by the external world. In this sense, the habit tends to recognize experiences and strategically organize visions and action by adapting or rebelling against the effect of reality that circulates in a determined society. For example, while visiting the porch of dell'Ospedale degli Innocenti in the 15th century, what is seen is the reality of a visual infinity as a reality itself and not the result of an iconic illusion of a continuity as we can perceive it today. So the reality effect is therefore both the negotiation of habits and the negotiation of stimuli. Since we are used to that effect of reality, it seems real. And at the same time, it is in dialogue with the physiology of human perception. The iconicity is in this sense the negotiation of both a symbolic and an indexical sign, thinking in a semiotic perspective. This negotiation is also where the synthetic technologies that give rise to deepfakes are installed. Deepfakes dialogue with the transparent genealogy of Western visual culture and produce reality effects that are plausible to our eyes, but they introduce a slightly new nuance of meaning. Deepfake, with all possible tools, conceal their enunciative opacity, the presentation of the representation in the terms of Marin. However, this concealment is not without consequences, and these primarily concern the possibility of representation and access to contemporary visual culture. Among the most jealously guarded opaque dimension of deepfakes is certainly the architecture and the organization of data. Since 2014, the technological advances gave artificial intelligence a new capacity, that of creating images ex novo, thanks to the diffusion of machine learning and generative adversarial networks, with strong and almost indiscernible suspension of disbelief. Nevertheless, just 7 years later, it is already well known that machine learning suspends all the beliefs in artificial intelligence, since it is prone to reinforce and reproduce social bias, making this technology neither completely artificial nor intelligent. Multiple studies have shown how this has already led to nefarious consequences for the non-hegemonic communities. Not only can racism be amplified, but also ableism and sexism. With respect to such social concern, one of the main flaws that this technology is that their functioning relies on data which the training set might be reproduce human values and biopolitical limitation. This is why with the collection of data, hegemonic power structures are often reified. In this context, and exactly trying to make visible the invisibility of this data structure, we can situate the ZZ Show, an interactive digital drag cabaret project. It is a deep fake drag act that allows the creation of a bespoke drag experience on a virtual stage. The project, realized by the multimedia artist and coder Jake Elwis with the financiation of Edinburgh Institute of Technology AI, aims to tackle the lack of diversity in the training dataset used by neural networks. In this regard, the dataset of the project was made by training a machine learning system with portraits of different drag persons with peculiar and particular attention on the face reproduction as a territory where to stage and perform the identity. This causes the weights inside the neural network to shift away from the normative rhetoric of authenticity of the face the neural network was originally trained on, into a space of queerness, a fake face. This shift is capable of happening thanks to some particular characteristic of deep neural networks technology. First of all, deepfakes are intended in the ZZ Show as disembodied identities that can be controlled by a dataset of movements. This disembodied dimension is further put in contact with the genre dimension of drag performance as a constructed and exorbitant reproduction of the identity, capable of showing a shift about the politics of the conventional and the unconventional in the governability of gender identities and bodies. So this shift occurs in the latent space, that is an abstract mathematical representation of detected features in the training data of the neural network. From multiple points in this space that hold feature information, artificial images can be generated. As deep neural networks can learn underlying patterns in complex data, this can be taken a step further by designing algorithms that can explore the latent possibility of the learned distribution to produce original example of data without using any design rule, but still producing a differential effect of reality. So the latent space is in this sense an indexical iconicity spatiality where an image is possible to move from potential to actuality in semiotic terms, since it is installed in the virtual space of creation that defines the coordinates of all possible outputs. Like the generative grammar of a language is not limited to the set of utterances it can produce, neither is the latent space. It is a generative space, not a database, a space characterized by a layered approach to analyzing any given input, where the analysis begins with a very basic feature, as for example, ages and angles, to increasingly move high-level ones, for example, noses or eyes. The latent space is the most high-level conceptual compression of the input data, the pre-final step before the neural network's output. So this spatiality is in this regard invisible to human because of its complexity. So for example, the latent space in neural network typically will be an hypersphere with around 100 dimensions. However, and here we are getting closer to our ZZ show. However, when a neural network is trained, it narrows the possibility space and therefore the pertinence of the visual patterns. If latency space is very narrow, it simply reproduces the input. If it's too wide, the model will produce all kinds of nonsensical output. For the creation of the deep fake drag performances, the ZZ show narrowed the latent space of an existing neural network for face recognition, whose dataset of faces was largely homogeneous and contained a significant Western bias. The latent space of the dataset was then injected with 1,000 images of drag kings and queens as a way of challenging gender and exploring the pertinences of facialities when reproducing gender identities. These caused the network to generate exorbitant and out-of-place facialities and bodies. The result is an opaque and always changing mostrification of the face, capable of focusing on the aporia between gender and genre as a performing technology of the identity. The opacity of the latent space of the dataset used in the ZZ show allowed the shift of the facial in-between representation that doesn't exist in the real world. By making the latent space of the dataset visible, the ZZ show allowed to rethink the habit that determines the pertinence of gender identification in face perception at the times of deep fakes. Thus, there exists a minimum of visual pattern, a minimal visual pattern of gender identity when displayed on the face. This is one of the first experiments that J.K. Lewis, the coder and the artist, made in the latent space. So the recognition of an artificial aesthetic can be considered as the result of the direct action of the outer world on the inner world. On the one hand, the performative experience of gender that passes from potentiality to actuality only to the extent that is performed can be considered the indirect action of the inner world on the outer world. Furthermore, this last dimension is underlined by the performative simulation of the genre experience of cabaret. In this deepfake aporia between gender and genre, the exorbitant and abnormal faciality can be read as the artificial performance of a mostrification whose anomaly constitutes a warning, recovering the Latin meaning of the verb moneo that signifies to warn. So intended, the exorbitant deepfake drag monstrum that performs in the ZZ show can be interpreted as a warning about biopolitics, life marked by a shift out of data normativity. So, for concluding, I'd like to show you the ZZ show.
Please welcome to the stage your host for the evening.
Can you just confirm me you're listening? Because it's quite important, the audio as well.
The world.
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay, perfect.
Dames and messieurs, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone between and beyond the binary, welcome to the ZZ Show. An interactive digital drag cabaret where from performer to performance, you get to choose your show. Ooh. Through the magic and mystery of artificial intelligence, we will create a deep, fake, bespoke drag experience especially for you on our virtual stage. Now, my darlings, AI systems often inherit the bias of the cis-white heteronormative patriarchy that controls us. Shortly, it'll be over to you to make your first decisions of the show, but before that, let's explain how all this shit works. A drag show is not a drag show without a quick change. And you can do this at any point by simply clicking the quick change button. But for those of you who would like a little bit more control in their life, select the performer button and choose from our pool of tremendously talented drag artists. We're gorgeous, we get it. And you can get up close and personal by simply clicking the zoom in button. Or, to return to the full-length fantasy, press it again to zoom out. Now, if at any point you do get really bored with the song, then click the skip button to give us the chop, and I'll be back to help you choose your next number. So without further ado, that's French, sit back, relax, get your clicking fingers at the ready as we begin the ZZ Show!
Of the virtual ZZ Cabaret drag show, and if you just want to have a look, you can go to zz.ai and have the drag deepfake monstrum experience. And I thank you. I'd like to thank you for your attention. My presentation is finished.
Thank you very much, Professor Voto, for this fascinating talk, really splendid, theoretically very deep, and also with this fantastic final show that I think we all appreciated very much. It was really a deep fake to the service of creativity. So the floor is open for comments or questions. I think that the conceptualization of latent space in semiotic terms is really a major contribution of this talk. But of course, I invite you to comment on your own and propose your insights on this very dense talk. There was also some comments in the chat by Professor Marino comparing, I think, this last show to other artistic creations, and but of course this is indeed an example of a trend on how is it possible somehow to use this new technology in order to overturn also the biases of this new technology, which is fascinating. So, any comments or questions? I think Professor Maria Giulia Dondero has a question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Massimo Leone. Cristina, a very, very short question. You spoke about the latent space. You said will have a transformation from actual to from potential to actual. Where are now the positions of virtuality and realization in this schema? Schema, sorry. Schéma en français.
Thanks, Maria Giulia. As I was afraid, every time you have a short question, it's really, they are really the most problematic and deep. Yes, well, this presentation is maybe my first step into this really big and complex concept as the latent space. And while I was creating and studying for the presentation, I wondered the same question. So, because the latent space is basically a space that where the data are compressed. No, so for that idea of compression, I thought that the potentiality could be the starting point, and the actuality, the output of as the final point as well. So now the virtuality and the realization, okay, are the two that are missed, and I thought that they could not be inside the latent space, because basically the latent space is an abstract concept. So I thought that maybe, but this is just a starting reflection. I really would like you to intend that this is my first appreciation to the concept as a really shy and and starting reflection. So I thought that because the latent space is an abstract space, maybe there would be no place for the realization.
Yes, sure.
But then I still have the problem about virtuality, and okay,
no, realization, we can say that it's in the videos you showed us.
Yes,
and all,
of course. See.
The problem is between virtuality and potentiality.
And potential.
But I think that we could answer, but I don't know the database. I know nothing. So it's only a proposition, probably fantastic. I don't know. But we can say that the difference between potentiality and virtuality is that virtuality is really a not already experienced positions, we can say, really abstract, not already performed, and that the potentiality is what Eco called the co-text. Something that already happened, had been performed, and so on, and that can be manipulated. So this is a possibility, and then it would be interesting to analyze the difference between the actualization and realization. If a realization can be thought, can be imagined. Because what you showed us, it's more effectively something actualized, because the transformation is so vertiginous that it's difficult to fix a realized pattern, we can say. But we'll think about it.
Exactly, we will think about it, and and let's hope to have another occasion to share this reflection, because as I said, this is just a starting point, and I'm really interested to go deeper, and so we have a date.
It's really fascinating because even the theoretical possibility of let's say carving non-binarism within a system that is consubstantially, inherently binary is problematic. I mean, it is really the issue of somehow finding or maybe simulating continuity within this continuity. So it's something that really attracts our philosophical and semiotic attention. I don't know if there are any other comments and questions. Well, this issue could be actually discussed forever, but for the moment being, we give the floor to Professor Bruno Surace, who is going to intervene today. I'm sorry, to Professor Marco Viola first. I'm sorry, to Dr. Marco Viola, also from University of Turin, also a postdoc researcher at Facets, who has somehow a different approach to the problem of the face from the point of view of cognitive sciences, but more and more inspired by semiotics, as he inspires more and more our semiotic research. Is going to present a talk entitled Trust and Fake Masks. So the floor is yours, Professor Viola.
Thank you, Massimo, and thanks everybody for being here. As per the introduction, indeed, I am relatively new to semiotics. Well, maybe not so new, since it's been almost 2 years that I hang out with you guys, but I'm still learning a lot, and so I hope I can also be of some inspiration. As mentioned, I've been into cognitive science, and since I work with the project Facets, I've also grown more and more interested in social psychology, where the face is the queen of stimulus in lab research. It wasn't like that some time ago. But now I'd like to begin this talk with a joke that I obsessively repeat. I imagine Massimo Leone some years ago conceiving the very project Facets and thinking about how, you know, Facets stands for face aesthetics in contemporary e-technological societies. So he was probably thinking about how the deep and profound and complex and NASA-like technologies were about to develop some major modification in our facial visual culture. And then all of a sudden, a very, very small and arguably biological, non-artificial, who knows, creature, the virus, influenced our lives and modified our facial landscape with thanks to a very, very simple technology, that is the face mask. And this was pretty surprising, but as we were all committed to study how technology impacted the face and the visual landscape of the face, we took this challenge, and I took it particularly at heart because I got, this is, say, my scientific kink, if so we can say. So recently I've grown interested in how face masks interact with the impression of trustworthiness. And since they apparently do, albeit in non-linear and non-easily explainable terms, I'd like to make this little game and speak about fake masks rather than face mask. So let me begin with some kind of biologically inspired rhetoric. What happens when you meet a person you know? Suppose you know me. This is a nice picture from when I was younger and more beautiful. And you know me for a lot of time. You know that I am the kind of nerd who can buy the Barbie on Amazon, like, and first thing, you see that there is a face. We automatically see that there is a face whenever we see some triangle-shaped shape in the environment, and we can have face pareidolia whenever an object resembles these 3 red dots in the environment. Whenever we detect a face, without even asking our permission, our cognitive machinery begins to trigger some processes like, let's see who this guy is. And unless we suffer from prosopagnosia, like the psychiatrist Oliver Sacks described and suffered himself, we will say, oh, this is Marco Viola, the nerdy guy from Facets team. And as soon as you recognize it, even without noticing it, perhaps it's all pre-conscious, you restore a lot of nice or less nice memories about me, which will steer your social interactions. For instance, you know, you don't have to speak me about face masks because I will become boring and telling you about blah, 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 blah. So you have a lot of stored information. Now, meeting people we already know was the norm for the greatest part of the Homo sapiens evolutionary history, okay? We were used to live in big tribes, and big tribes, everybody know each other, so we don't really need to face strangers. Strangers were usually food or enemy. But then at some point, civilization, of course, and then semiotics becomes possible, I guess, and then you will have to face strangers. You will have to see faces you've never seen before. So what happens? You detect the face because the stranger probably has, unless he's some kind of pirate with a patch on his eye, on her eye, you will see there's a face. So we trigger our automatic machinery for detecting who the hell she or he is, and we fail because there is no memory associated with that specific face. So how are we supposed to interact with a person we don't know? What rules, what expectations? Is there a topic we don't want to touch upon? Can she tell us direction to get to the forest, to get berries? We really don't know. So we really need to rely on some impressions, some heuristics for social interaction. We might base on social cultural norms for what is good and what is not when we don't know somebody, or we can try, and we usually try, to infer something from their face. Now, the whole history of physiognomy can be read as the attempt to rationalize something that is indeed our instinct, okay? Even if we don't trust Cesare Lombroso or Caspar Lavater anymore, that is, we don't concede that we can infer people's mental states or enduring mental traits from the shape of their face, we still do so implicitly. How does it work? That's a major topic in social psychology. Suppose that I meet this stranger's face, I will automatically and quickly, I only need about 50 milliseconds to form some impression, and I will get the idea whether she or he is a person I can trust, a person I can make jokes with, if she is sensible to some kind of humor. Lots of impressions I will have, fallible as it is, but still they will produce effects. And the nice thing is, if Professor Leone or someone else from my cultural and group sees the same face, he or she is very likely to have similar impressions, okay? That does not mean that culture or personal history does not play a role, they do, but still there is a lot of convergence. And this convergence of impressions, that is that me and probably most of you will judge the same faces as trustworthy or untrustworthy, are what drive the physiognomists to build up an alleged science out of it. But this is no science, because it's true, we are probably agreeing in our impressions, but we are probably making mistakes in reifying our prejudice about faces. So we can say, to paraphrase this in the framework provided out with this Nobel-winning cognitive scientist, first impressions are a system one way of doing. Daniel Kahneman proposed in this bestseller book that we have two rough ways to do things, okay? Without taking them too much seriously from the point of view of neurocognitive mechanisms, we either do things reflexively by taking a lot of time and effort, double checking, and this is the system two, the slow and very prudent one, or 99% of time, we do things out of habits, that is instinctively, emotionally, routinely, and making more mistakes perhaps because we're fast and frugal. Now, first impression are a kind of system one way to build up a social interaction with a stranger, okay? The longer way will be to get information about her or him. Now, this guy, Alexander Todorov is probably the social psychologist who has studied first impression more in depth. He took in what is probably his most famous studies. He asked people to provide the unconstrainedly description of some faces. Like he told to some students, how would you describe this face? Tell some adjectives. And based on these adjectives, he synthesized them in 13 broad categories, which with some statistical machinery might boil down in 2 big, broad, and relatively orthogonal dimensions. One is trustworthiness or valence, that is, does this person wants to harm me? Is she or he a threat to me? And dominance or power. Is this person capable of enacting his will to harm in case she or he does? Now, based on these 2 dimensions, you can tell a lot about face. And I'd like to take this recent paper from Arianna Bagnis and colleagues in Bologna, who shows how trustworthy, which is the construct, the psychological construct I want to speak about today, has effects on real life. They did a nice study because they were not in the lab. They did what they call an ecological study, that is in real life settings. And the real life was an emergency unit before COVID. And they went there and they exploited the fact that people going to the emergency unit are sorted into 4 categories. If you're evidently in a very, very bad shape, you go straight to the you got the red card and you skip any triage. Otherwise, a nurse will make a triage to you and assign you to a code, and people with a yellow code have shorter waiting time than green and even more white codes. Okay, if you go there for no reason, you'll get a white code likely. This in theory, but in fact, what they did is to ask some nursery students to rate during the triage the faces of 200 persons going into the emergency units on 4 dimensions. We focus on trustworthiness. They ask, how trustworthy is this face? From 1, not at all, to 9, very trustworthy. We'll give them the keys of my house. And they, unsurprisingly, they found out that trustworthy faces, together with distressed faces, but yeah, that's not surprising, are more likely, ceteris paribus, to get more serious evaluation. So, in a nutshell, to put things brutally, if you look like a thug, like a bad-looking guy or girl, you're more likely to see your medical condition underestimated. So, impressions of trustworthiness produce effects, and these effects can make the difference. Now, what happens when we don't see faces, but we see masked faces? This changes a bit of things. And scouting the literature, I've seen some stuff that says so. So, for instance, this Colombian researcher, Antonio Rivera La Rosa, who will also be our guest in September, October, found out that in Colombian people, during COVID pandemic, people with a mask were perceived, ceteris paribus, more trustworthy than people without masks. Surprisingly, more recently, this German paper found the opposite pattern. This might be strange. You might say, why people are deemed less trustworthy when they wear a face mask? But if you look into the paper and not only read the abstract, as I sometimes do, you find out the reason. The reason is that they wanted to get subjects who are very distressed, very skeptical about the seriousness of COVID, and very distressed by face masks. So they were mostly psychiatric patients. So it turns out that when you have distress with mask and you are relatively unaffected by COVID, like it's all a fake news and so on, you're more likely to judge people with face masks like unreliable. But the opposite is observed in the few people that are relatively that relatively take COVID seriously, and that does not see face masks as a threat to their freedom and so on. So there is a cultural effect, of course. Again, thanks to the support of the FACETS group, I put together a team of psychologists myself, and we also investigated the impact of face masks on emotion and trust attribution. And we found out, to make a long story short, that if you've got an angelic, trustworthy face, adding a mask will not change a lot. I mean, you will still look relatively reliable. If you add a mask to an untrustworthy face, on the other hand, they will look like medium in level of trustworthiness. It's okay. And the fun fact, if you add the transparent mask, they stand in the middle, like not really so devilish, nor really so medium, in the middle. So why do I care about this? Because recently, my colleague and former Fabio Paglieri, a psychologist and a former PhD student colleague of Massimo, had this nice idea. He claimed, look guys, how does these effects of masks and of faces themselves affect the credibility of sentences? I mean, we see a lot of physicians on the TVs and politicians, and everybody make a lot of scientific claims of several kinds. Do we trust people with masks on their face, more or less? So we devised this little experiment that we are trying to turn into a paper right now. We took 32 faces that looked reliable and 32 that looked devilish and trustworthy. And half of them were for one gender, half for the other. We avoided non-binary faces because they would make the analysis more complex, unfortunately. And then we sort them with, each of them was paired with a scientific sentence, like the moon is distant from the earth like more than 300,000 kilometers. Or with a scientific explanation, which is the hair becomes white because of blah, 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 blah. And we sort out for fields, humanities, history, geography, art science, life science. And then we found some participants, 159, and asked them some simple questions, like, sorry, just a moment, because the people here are going crazy. They were fighting outside of my window, which I had to close. So people were asked, which of these facts are more reliable? And then the other half of the subjects saw the same faces, photo edited by our colleague Roberto Camponi, to have face masks. And to them we asked who you deem more reliable. So to cut a long story short, what we found was that the impressions of faces bias their judgment. That is, we didn't care about whether people actually recognized true or false sentences. We did not care. We were interested in whether reliable faces biased people in believing the scientific facts that they told, and they do. Okay, so apparently trustworthy faces in blue push people to respond, yeah, it might be true, a little more than the unreliable faces. It's only 10%, but it's a lot in psychology. It's good. The nice thing then is that when you mask the face, that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, you can see that the right spot on each graphic is more or less, they are the same. I mean, they are 50-50. So whatever effect prompts people to believe or to disbelieve a given face seems to be deactivated when this person wears a mask, we also expected other effects to prompt, like if a person wears a mask, then he will see a doctor, and so his evaluation of life science will be more reliable. And we didn't find anything like that. But this effect was really interesting and a bit surprising. We had to reason a bit. Why does this happen? So we might simply explain it by saying, look, you don't formulate a judgment of how trustworthy a faith is when there is a mask. But this was not totally convincing. I mean, it's not like we don't have information to assess whether to trust or not. Why? Because in the second part of the experiment, we asked people to assess. We show some of the faces that people have seen before and ask them what is explanation or sentence correct, incorrect, or in midway. And then we did, and of course, with people who saw masked face, we asked the same. What we were looking for was whether people with masked face, when asked explicitly to evaluate the trustworthiness of that face, and now trustworthiness is not just something they can use to assess the sentence. Trustworthiness becomes something they have to assess explicitly. In this case, people tend to trust to give the same result. Okay, so they still judge trustworthy faces as more trustworthy despite the face mask. So the information was still there behind the mask, and what happens is just that the mask make it less salient, less available. So when we can use our memory, knowledge, or some first impression, some system one heuristic, we choose with the mask, we rather choose to choose the more prudent long way. Okay. In the meantime, people are shooting outside. So if I get caught by a bullet, I'd love you. In a way, yeah, what I'm saying is that face mask might prompt us to do the system to do kind of reasoning that, at least in some case, is advisable. Now, when you think about the experiment from before, I could not help asking whether during COVID times, when people joined the triage room with a mask on their face, is it likely that a person who used to be judged as devilish and so his medical condition was underestimated could now be taken more seriously? And that's something I've been speculating about for a bit. And in this final part, I do have 3-4 minutes still. I'd like to
go ahead.
To propose this reflection to you. It might be a bit provocative and a bit of self-interest, because I've so much amount of knowledge about face masks, and I didn't even manage to publish all that I'd love to. And I'm crazy about the idea that we are abandoning face mask before. Whatever. But I'm glad about this, because in next week in Italy, we will join France in having the no mandatory mask in public. Okay, so we'll walk in the streets with our bare faces as we used to do just 2 years ago. But the fact is that you will also find somewhere some person who are willing to keep their face mask on, or at least to see the possibility to keep the face mask on, like it happens in some Asian countries. And this article from The Guardian was really, really impacted me, because these journalists in San Francisco interviewed people, and they told, look, I like face mask. I was not used at first, but now I can scoff, I can scold, I can make a lot of facial expression. People won't judge me. I receive less catfishing. I can do more flirting with my eyes too, because they won't recognize me perhaps. But I like this stuff. I like this new way, this negotiation of what is intimate and what is not. So now that I have to remove face mask in public, I feel like I have to remove my bra, perhaps. And so I my proposal, my provocation here, and I love to discuss it with you a bit, is now trying to put my results from psychology to the test of semiotics. I've been browsing a bit in Massimo Leone's publications from some years ago, and he remarks that nudity, being nude or covered, is obscene or not, depending on the cultural code of some community and of the content, of course. So, for instance, some days ago, we were all amused and laughed a lot in Italy because this girl got naked and make a bath in the fountain in front of the Italian parliament. And this was a real good news for laughing and to make some clickbait and some fountain bath, well, whatever. This will not even be a news if we were an indigenous community living in a pluvial area in a tropical jungle where nudity is the norm, okay? So by saying these, I'm implying that some parts of our body are to be covered by default unless we are in intimacy. Some parts are to be left uncovered, and then there is a gray zone that we can choose to cover or not. For instance, I've got my my neck uncovered, my hands and arms uncovered, and it's okay. It's nothing. If I were without this shirt, it might have been a little unpolite, okay? The fact is that while again Massimo told us about, before it was mainstream, that the face mask used to be rather vanilla, okay, in Asian countries, whereas to us it was inconceivable that the face could have been mandatory to be covered part of the body. So what people from the Guardian interview asked was just that the face might be a gray zone, which you can decide to cover or not. But in Western culture, following Massimo, we have a prejudice against this. So let me play the devil's advocate, and specifically, let me say, based on what I mentioned before, that is that by covering a part of our face, we can avoid others to judge us out of their prejudice to some faulty first impression that we might want not to trigger. I dare say that we should liberalize the face mask for those who want. And to do so, we have two challenges to overcome. The first one is this cultural challenge I've just described, okay? So if someone has someone wears airbrush, they are cool because they are socially accepted in our culture, albeit they cover the face and prevent identification even more than face masks do, actually. But when I spoke with the barmaid who always make my coffee in the morning near the office, and I was telling her about my research, she told me, you know, I always wear my shades. I feel almost naked without them in public, okay? And now that I have the face mask, the same applies for the face mask. I'm so sorry that I have to abandon it. I don't want to give my face, I'm paraphrasing, but the point was something like, I don't want to give my face to stranger, just like I don't want to give you my naked back unless I know you very well and we are on very friendly terms. And there is then a second, an alleged legal resistance that is indeed a cultural one, perhaps, because we were against covering of the face due to religious reasons, like in the Muslims' niqab, but we're perfectly fine when it comes to covering the hair, the eyes, and the face mask. And countries like France and Italy, who have strict legislation on prohibiting the use of masks without any good reason, could now put the same restriction on people who are willing to wear masks. So I will let you with this hope. I'd be an advocate also for my personal interest, said this, to write my publication and be recognized of an expert of something that is actually employed in real world. But I think there are also some really good reasons to allow people who wants to keep part of the face covered to do so. And I'd like to know your opinion about this, because we know that some philosophers has argued that these will be rather unpolitical and we will give up on our identity. But I mean, I'm speaking with semioticians, so I hope this proposal might trigger some more interesting reflection than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viola. You have dropped a bomb at the end of your talk, because this is a very thorny issue, and it is particularly thorny in France, of course, where the conception of the laïcité has led to a legal framework in which the complete covering of one's face, for instance, for religious motivations is outlawed. So there has been a lot of debate in many fields, legal studies and others, about this topic. But I don't want to monopolize the discussion, so I really open the floor for your comments, suggestions, questions, and thank you also, Dr. Viola, for the references. So the floor is open for comments, questions, remarks, objections, of course. This maybe probably Cristina. Cristina wants to start. Dr. Voto, Professor Voto.
Just a comment to break the ice is that just a consideration about concerning my own experience. I guess that in 2019, I would never imagine that wearing a mask would be something that I would appreciate as much as I'm doing it now. As you know, because I told you, I'm one of those person who started to have a new grateful sensation about flirting with everyone through the eyes, wearing a mask, and allowing myself just to be the minimum exposed to that kind of experience. Otherwise, it was implicated in more moral and cultural conditions. So maybe I would not have a nostalgia about wearing a face mask, but the new horizon of having the face covered or capable of being manipulated by a technology, yes, it would be maybe something that I will miss from June 28.
So let's make it vanilla. I mean, we have never really debated it, like we never debated the possibility to make hybrid conferences rather than physical conferences and using lots of airplanes in academia. But now that we have been forced to do so, we will discuss both issues. And, you know, for instance, the very fact that having camera on or off during a Zoom conference is polite or not. I mean, I am an advocate of let people shut their camera off. I was making a coffee before during presentation, and I didn't feel like you seeing me how bad I am at making the coffee. So the camera off is a kind of mask equivalent for Zoom interactions. And I think it should be cool. I read a newspaper article shared by Vittorio Gallese, who is also interested in neuroscience of architecture, and he said that open space were a failure because people are always like feeling observed. They're never like themselves. We might value this increased level of privacy in the era of video surveillance, where face mask can become a new layer of come on, let's discover me. I mean, a street piece is more fascinating when you have to remove more clothes, and this is true also in non strictly erotical interactions. So having an additional layer to strip might be intriguing also for the ritual of meeting a new person and entering into intimacy. But I'm getting carried away. But thanks to Cristina for the feedback. I hope you can all join me in advocating the liberalized mask usage, or at least considering so, because why forbid it?
Well, I certainly advocate for organizing a small symposium on the aftermaths, or the phase and the aftermaths of the pandemic, because I think it's something that requires a reflection, you know, and of course, from reflection, let's say political deliberations can arise. But it's certainly something that should be reflected on. It is true that we are reflecting on many things, you know, how to go back to face-to-face teaching. And very soon, for instance, Professor Bruno Surace and I will have the experience of teaching our Shanghai students who are in a classroom without a mask, but listen to us through their cell phones, so they don't look at us or at the screen, but they look at their cell phones individually or at their laptops individually, because of course it's better to see someone from your laptop or your computer than from a screen that is the other side of the classroom. So all sorts of new situations are becoming more and more common. For the moment being, thank you very much, Dr. Viola. It was fascinating, and I really insist on the fact that we organize soon some kind of talk or reflection or panel on this topic, because it really deserves a further reflection. There will be a session on this topic in the occasion of the symposium of the European Academy of Religion and Religious Studies, because of course the topic is very much related with dressing codes of religious communities, especially the Islamic one. So I will give you the reference. It's going to be at the end of August in Germany, Münster. But now let's give the floor to Professor Bruno Surace. Professor Bruno Surace is also a postdoc at the University of Turin and a member of FACETS. Is going to present a talk entitled True Faces and Fake Agencies, difficult to pronounce, from cinema to progeria. Professor Surace, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Well, you already said the strange title of my presentation. Of course, the play is on the word ages and agency, which are in some way connected, because the main core, the core business of my presentation will be the facial age, which is a quite interesting thing, I think, and already being mentioned en passant during the presentations that preceded mine. So here I provide a brief summary of the things I would like to explore with you. First of all, I will provide a really short definition of agency, basically useful for my theorization, because of course we know that agency is a complex issue, and I do not have the presumption here to recap all the perspectives about this philosophical issue. Then I will go into the science of aging. You see that the word sign is emphasized because it's basically the first semiotic word we all learned when we started our semiotic studies. And the idea of the face as a presuppositional machine, the idea of lying about age through faces. So let's say an analogical Pinocchio before, and then a digital Pinocchio when these lies are conceived and carried out through digital meanings through digital media. And the second part is about the rhetoric about the facial ages, basically the opposition between infantile, juvenile face and adult or old face, with a focus on the main technicals of de-aging and hyper-aging in cinema and media. So I immediately start by utilizing this source, which is an old issue of Lexia, obviously edited by Massimo Leone. And I think this could be the good way to understand agency by a semiotic perspective, because in this volume, which is kind of more than 400 pages, we find different perspectives. And here in this definition, I try to collect them all. So the idea is that agency concerns a subject of doing, that agency presupposes a signicity that causes things as significant events. Here, Ugo Volli talks about metaphysical attribution. That agency concerns an ability to make something do something. And it's very important to understand that agency is not necessarily anchored to a principle of intentionality. So there is agency before the ideology of agency, a specific semioethic, moral, or legal regime. So there is agency basically where there is connectivity, perlocution, effectiveness. What does it mean? It means that agency is not a semiotic category, but it's a meta-semiotic category. It regards every semiotic act, every sign and every text. And we enlight agency during our analysis if we are interested in searching for agency. This is very important because the fact is that usually we think of agents connected the world to subjects, but we must think that also signs and images and text and so on, and so images, films, verbal text can be agents, can have their own agency. For example, in this source, The Semiotics of Che Guevara, by Maria Carolina Cambre, there are reflections about the image, the very famous icon of Che Guevara, and its capability of, and I think we can agree that image is a face, a stylized face, its capability of creating certain effects, of making people do something. So here we have a quotation. Cambre uses as a main source gel, and says, Che's image is a congealed residue of performance and agency in object form, through which access to other persons can be attained and via which their agency can be communicated. And she continues, we can conceive of Gel's agency for an artwork or image as a modality through which something affects something else, and is absolutely relational and context dependent. So, given the necessary context, whatever type of action a person may perform vis-a-vis another person may be performed also by a work of art in the realms of imagination, if not in reality. We recognize agency by its effects. An artifact, and here Cambre elaborates a typology of agencies. So she says basically there are two kinds of agency, a primary agency, usually implied by human or living subjects, and a secondary agency implied by objects and artifacts. There is the example of a doll, and it's interesting because we already talked about dolls this morning. For example, when a child feeds a doll because it is hungry, sorry for the typo, the doll is a secondary agent to the degree that it is able to channel or become a conduit for the primary agent's action. Another important source, which is a semiotic source, I think, is Horst Bredekamp. Horst Bredekamp spends lots of energies and efforts in order to build a theory of the iconic act. This is the book Theorie des Bildacts. And here again, it it is developed with, this theory is developed by starting from a presumption, the idea that images can decide the fate of the beholder, that images have their own alien corporeality, that images intervene. Bredekamp recalls some Renaissance theories and speaking about imagines agentes, and that images can impose a kind of impression of vitality and presence. These sentences are quite, let's say, blurry, let's say fuzzy, but declined in a semiotic perspective. When we say that an image has a vitality and a presence, we are saying that an image gives itself to our interpretation. So basically, we are talking about interpretative cooperation. And this is the base of the theory of the iconic act. And we have lots of other sources. So today, I talk about faces as, first of all, visual devices. So something you see, and something you see through the signs that compose it. We know that when we recognize a face, we do not count every sign, but we recognize it through a holistically gestaltic apparatus. But of course, this apparatus is made by science. And the face, in the moment in which it gives to interpretation, is already an agent. We activate agency detection devices. And for example, we decide, as Marco Viola proved, if that face is trustworthy or dangerous, and so on and so forth. So the subject wearing the face is aware of his or her agency, which he or she can partially reconstruct. And this is the semiotic issue. That agency is a fluid, is a malleable agency, because we can intervene in our faces and we can lie through our faces. For example, we can lie about our age. The fact is that, as I write, it's more difficult to lie when the signs are more marked. If we are very, very old, it's more difficult to seem very, very young. What are the signs of age on our faces? For example, hair color, and we can intervene in order to change our hair color with, I don't know, many techniques. Eye colors, wrinkles, the size of the ears. We know that ears grows lifetime. The presence of spots, the melasma, the so-called lentigo senili, and so on and so forth. And every of these signs, it's as an agency because it involves our age. And when we detect the age of a person through her or his face, we change sometimes in a very significantly way our interaction with her or his face and person. And also sometimes there are moral or legal changes. For example, if we have I don't know, sexual intercourse with a person who seems 20 years old, and then we discover he or she are 16 years old, it is a problem. So, and we base our age detection, for example, by looking at her or his face. Let me say that this is not a merely theoretical issue, because the agency of images and the capability of lying about our age to faces is connected with lots of social issues, social stigmas, all the Peter Pan syndrome is the so-called puer eternus aesthetics, maybe also a feeling of thanatophobia, so the idea of stay young in order to don't look at death, but also we want to achieve specific purposes. catfishing, gain certain fame, certain web reputation, and analogic reputation. We want to generate certain aesthetic effects. Here we have the case of Xiao Biluo. Xiao Biluo was, but maybe is a very famous Chinese influencer who in 2019 was protagonist of a scandal because she used to appear like the image in the right part, but this appearance was made through a not very complex ensemble of digital filters, and while she was a 58-year-old woman. So she wanted to appear young. She was very famous, but then during a live streaming, there was a glitch. And during the glitch, her audience saw her real face. And it was a scandal because she lost lots of fans, lots of money, and lots of things because of this revelation of the lie of her face. Here we have a little contribution about this.
When her beauty cam a seemingly young beauty vlogger accidentally exposed herself when her beauty cam filter glitched during a live vlog, revealing her true 58-year-old identity. What's up, guys, and happy Monday. It's Emil and it's Junior back here on Clever News, and in what may be the most bizarre topic I've ever reported on, a beauty vlogger just managed to catfish the crap out of her 100,000 plus social media followers at one time by way of technological glitch. So the Chinese vlogger, who is worshipped by her many followers as a young, cute goddess, was recently exposed as an actual 58-year-old woman who'd been using a beauty filter during a live stream. Like what? The vlogger was going about her live stream, giving a routine broadcast on the streaming platform DouYu when the entire platform glitched, revealing her actual identity. You like my face? #no filter! The filter was designed to alter appearances, making you look much younger, and let's be real, #flawless. So,
of course, there were lots of interventions on her face, but the first thing was to look younger. There are, of course, conspiracy theories about this glitch. Someone says that it was made by herself in order to gain more visibility through the scandal, but we don't want to be as crazy semiotician and to believe to this conspiracy theory. We are interested in the fact that this lie was a semiotic operation on her face made through digital filters, and it had very strong effects before and after the discovery of the lie. Why? Because there are also rhetorics about faces and facial ages, and this rhetoric can be betrayed. So, for example, and I apologize, this is very schematic because I have no time to develop all the spectrum of the possibilities. But if we think of childish faces, we know that immediately we associate to them certain behavioral and moral components, naivety, harmlessness, innocence, and so on. While if we look at adult faces, we immediately associate completeness of the self, full agency, responsibility. But these associations are, again, fluid. We can change them, and through changing them, we can obtain several effects. The rhetoric about behind this semiotic operation is based on the idea of veridiction. So the fact that to seem is equal to be, but if we know Gramscian square of definition, we know that the side of lie is implied in this when we change this equation. So what does it happen when, for example, we put the responsibility, which is associated to the adult face, and we move it into the childish face? Something like this. We are inventing a narrative genre, which is the child-based horror. The question is why horror movies are full of children, beautiful children with very sweet faces who have the evil inside, who are possessed, who are very bad creatures. Why these movies are so disturbing for certain audiences? Because there is a perceptual dyscrasia between the expectations associated with the young face and the behavioral and the behaviors of these children. Here there is a quite famous example. Well, the novel, the original novel, it's not quite, it's a science fiction novel called The Midwich Cuckoos by John Wyndham. It's not very good. It's a quite, I don't know, airport paperback or something like that. But then there are two filmic versions, very famous. The first one is by Wolf Rilla in the 60s, Village of the Damned, and the second one is by John Carpenter in 1995. And here I show you the trailer, but you can see already in the thumbnail this evil creature, which has this strange, sweet face, but with something uncanny, also implied by the white hair. So the juxtaposition, the superimposition of two different age features in the same face. Let's see the trailer.
At precisely 10 a.m. in a quiet seaside village, something happened. Something unexplainable. Something unbelievable.
There's a lot of pregnancies, much more than would normally be expected. All the pregnancies seem to date from the day of the blackout.
Oh no. Now, this town is about to discover that looks can kill.
There have been a few casualties. I should say accidents that might be related to contact with the children.
My daughter was involved. Who are they?
So the question is, who are they? We cannot recognize them anymore. And this is all connected with the mythology of the, I think in English is the brood, the la covata, this idea of the brood. We have, as I said, an entire filmography based on this horror, on these children, evil children, very famous movies. For example, why in The Exorcist, which Michel de Certeau studied a lot, why the possessed protagonist is a little girl. The same is in The Ring, all the J-horror movies, in The Shining, the twins, but also the little protagonist, Danny Torrance, and so on. The other side is for example, the side of the Lolitas. So all the issues related to more or less paraphiliac desires, Lolita by Nabokov and then by Kubrick, but also Sinfonia Pastorale by Gide, which is the story of a love between an old man and a young woman, and also all the issues related to the so-called barely legal teen porn. If you go into the main tube porn sites, there is always the category related to teens, and teens are not real teens, but are people with these faces and these bodies, which in some way recall the idea of teenagers. For example, the male one is Jordi El Niño Polla. This is his name. So it's a matter, as I said, of unfulfilled expectations, which generates this disturbing effect, as I said, because of the dyscrasia between behavior and appearance and resemblance. It's the same with the eroticism related to this figure. Also, if you want to do a very basic paratextual analysis, let's see the books related to Asian horror, and we see that there is always or often the presence of the close-up of these children. And then we have a subsequent normalization. Once cultures have realized the iconistic potential of this dyscrasia, they assimilate this effect and model it. And in fact, child-based horror is now a fully codified trend, especially in certain cultures. There are also some interesting urban legends, for example, the one about indigo children, I bambini indaco. I have no time to discuss it here. Of course, there are intermediate zones, so zones of adult people who, with the aid of digital technologies, de-age themselves. A very famous case is the one represented by this meme, the curious case of Benjamin Button. Remember Benjamin Button? This is him now, feel old yet. I cut this part, but another very important case, the one by represented by the Irishman by Martin Scorsese, where Robert De Niro plays the same role but dislocated in different ages during the lifetime of the character he acts. So here we are talking no more about simple makeup, but we are talking about technologies based on deep learning and based on big data sets of images taken from the filmic career of Robert De Niro. Here you see a resume about this thing.
It was like the army. You followed orders, you did the right thing, you got rewarded.
The film takes place from 1949 to 2000, and it goes back and forth in time. Problem is, by the time I was ready to make the film, Bob De Niro and Al Pacino and Pesci could no longer play these characters younger in makeup. I was shooting Silence in Taiwan, and Pablo, violin, came up to me and said, I think I could make them look younger. And I said, I don't know. I can't have the actors talking to each other with golf balls on their faces. It maybe gets in the way with the actors and the kind of film this is. They need to play off each other.
Would you like to be a part of this history?
So I just kind of took a breath and I said, we'll develop the technology.
One thing that was very important was that Marty would not feel restricted in any way.
We understood what the challenges would be, meaning no markers or facial head cams or things like that.
De Niro says to me, I just want to work on set with the real lighting, with the other actors. We're going to ad-lib a lot. We're going to play a lot. And I just don't want any interference.
So the challenge was to dismiss previous technologies based, for example, on mapping through spots the muscles of the actors, and to consent the actors to act in their environment without touching them during the shooting, and also by intervening in it before the shooting.
With the performances. So we immediately divided into two groups, one that was developing the camera system and the other one that kept working on the software. We developed this new rig, which is the camera surrounded by two what we call witness cameras, which are infrared cameras. And so if you were to take a look at those infrared images, what you would see is that there is no shadows.
With the complication of this technology, we had to test different rigs, different materials, cables.
It was called a three-headed monster. It didn't look like a monster to me, though. It was kind of nice.
The software is called Flux. The F stands for facial, and Lux is for the lighting component of it. With Flux, what we were trying to do is capture the facial performance of the actors.
It's able to see how the face is shaded and how the lighting is hitting it and generate a lot of detail to incorporate this into our 3D model.
We went through an entire library of scenes extracted from all of their past films across the Spectrum movie.
Okay, this is very important. The methodology behind this technology is to collect the faces of the actors in the previous movies they were in. This is not the only methodology possible to de-age a face. There is a semiotic presumption behind this issue. So I think one of the most interesting things we can do is to develop semiotics of visual effects, because we can do the same thing in other way, and the result is different. For example, if you use Face Up does not use your own images of your childhood. Face Up utilizes a database composed by images from taken from different subjects. So the methodology it's slightly different, but the result could be very different. other example, in Gemini Man, which is a not very good movie, but there is the courage to put in the same frame the same actor in two different ages. So Will Smith acted the two roles, the roles of his adult version and the role of his young version. And these versions are put together because it's a story about clonation and so on and so forth. Here again, we have the tracking of the movements with the spots. So as I said, a semiotics of facial VFX, visual effects could be very interesting because there are implied questions about the relationship between diegetic and extra-diegetic level. As I write, the knowledge of or not of the actor's age of his past or his past affects perception and inevitably pushes to confrontation. I go forward. A specific visual semiotics in this sense is transitory. It occurs only in the case in which the visual effects are poorly made and therefore are perceived as such. Live action and animated images are now at such a level of integration that a visual semiotics focus on effects is a paradox, when in the ontology of the image they coexist with live content. A semiotics of the methodology for obtaining the aging is instead more profitable. The Irishman rejuvenates the actors by using data sets of repertoire images of the same at various ages to generate a lasting suspension of disbelief on the visual effect. At the same time, they preserve the actor's acting, building a new phase in which muscularity, features, and acting come from different spaces and times and are interpolated into a whole. But other types of the aging principle are possible, and each of these can have different effects. From an image ontology point of view, the relevant data is that the Robert De Niro of the film exists as body plus acting only in the film. Underlying this methodology is a specific idea of loyalty to oneself, which can, however, be supplanted by other assumptions. As I said, phase up. Here we have an example of applying phase up, rejuvenating the face of Italian comedian Maccio Capatonda, and doing this operation several times. I don't know if you tried to do this, but if you rejuvenate yourself and then you rejuvenate the image already rejuvenated before, and you do this several times, the effects can be quite interesting. So there is the losing, the progressive losing of the colors, the progressive losing of the contours of the main element, the nose, the eyes, in order to be younger and younger, change their forms. So this change, of course, it's quite strange. I'm not sure it was provided or not, but we could try to do this experiment and see what happened, because it's a strange gender change, but also with some very visible glitches. And this is a very case of uncanny valley effect. I'm finishing, I promise. As I said, working with these overturnings, with the manipulation of the rhetoric of the association between behavior and faces and ages, we can generate lots of interesting effects. An example is Baby Herman. Baby Herman is one of the main characters of this wonderful movie by Robert Zemeckis, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where living creatures, live action creatures and living cartoons share the same world. And here, for example, Baby Herman is a little wonderful I don't know how to say, newborn child in the set, but then it turns out that behind that sweet face there is a grumpy man smoking a cigar, saying bad words, and the effect is, of course, a comic effect here.
Hey, wait a minute, hey!
I've been trying to make him quit, but he just won't listen to me.
What do you know, you dumb broad? You got the IQ of a rattle. You valiant?
Also, the relationship between face and voice, which is very typical in the possessed children in movies, who have this strong male voice. Other example, in Forrest Gump, we have the inverse relationship. We have a child in the body of an adult, while in Roger Rabbit, we had an adult in the body of a child. Here, Forrest Gump is a grown man, but he has a child behavior. Other example could be these two strange movies paired by the fact that there is this legend that Big with Tom Hanks is a kind of unofficial remake of Da Grande with Renato Pozzetto, because the movies are exactly the same, the plot is the same, and Big was in Italian cinema after Da Grande. It's a urban legend. The story is more complicated than this, but if you want to be patriotic, let's say that Tom Hanks copied Renato Pozzetto. The story is that this little child is in love with his teacher, and he wants to stay with her, so he desires to grow in a very fast time, and it happens. So we see Renato Pozzetto, an adult man with the behavior of a child, as you can see in the trailer.
Dovresti vergognarti. Oggi compi 8 anni e ancora fai le pipì a letto. Posso venirci io? Dove? Ad abitare con te. Ne riparliamo quando sarai grande, ok? Non l'avevi fatta tutta nel letto. Shh, cretina!
Io sono tuo padre, sono grande, alto la voce quanto mi pare, hai capito? Tu sei bambino di 8 anni, stai al tuo posto.
Piscia a letto! Voglio diventare grande! Voglio diventare grande! I figli crescono, diventano grandi.
Buongiorno Francesca.
Salve, ci conosciamo?
Porca miseria! Sarà la solita scappatella da bambino.
Ma non è mai stato via tanto tempo.
Si vede che sta crescendo.
No, il Lego non glielo posso dare, questi soldi non bastano.
Come stamattina ho compiuto 8 anni, niente Lego. Tutto grande lo è.
Okay, if you like the movie, you can watch it. And if you're interested in more serious representation of this strange dyscrasia, an example could be the wonderful movie by Yorgos Lanthimos, Dogtooth, Kinodontas, where these characters are adult characters, but they live imprisoned by their father in their home, and they couldn't develop their adultness in their behavior. So we see adult bodies with childish behavior, and the effect is quite disturbing in this case. Well, I finish here, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Surace, for this extremely rich talk that broaches the topic that I think you are going to research on more and more, if I understand well, also in order to write a monograph about it. Indeed, this is a very crucial topic and intersects also the topic of the semiotics of the age, which is quite complex because, of course, we have a conventional marker of the age, which is a number, but the numbers in themselves are very interesting symbolical artifacts, and in a way that should be also taken into account in order to develop a sort of understanding of cultural semiotics of age. So I'll spend the 5 next minutes with you at 12:55. Unfortunately, I'll have to start the Shanghai seminar, but I don't want to catch the discussion at all. So I'll be pleased to be with you for the first part of the discussion, and then I'll see you tomorrow. But I want to thank very much all those who intervened today, and I hope I'm going to see you all tomorrow. But for the time being, the floor is open for questions and comments concerning Professor Surace's a very compelling, very rich presentation. By the way, I thought about you, Professor Surace. Yesterday, I watched a movie quite interesting called Bliss, and there was a cameo by Slavoj Žižek.
I found it interesting, but failed in some way.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, but I thought about you because of Žižek's presence. I don't know why. Okay, any questions or comments?
I think they're all tired. We are old, Massimo.
I think Gianmarco has a question.
Yeah, just a comment actually on the very interesting rejuvenating procedures that you showed us. I wonder if it also has to do with the mathematics of the pictures that you upload, because I think that the software is reading the pictures in mathematical terms. So also of course, the data of colors and shape and so on. And I wonder if when you act the first time, the deformation of the data does not correspond to further deformations if you, but for simple, let's say simple mathematics. I wonder if it may be something related to this. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Gianmarco. It's very difficult because I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. I think it's important to know very well the mathematics behind these technologies. I'm trying to do it, but it's very difficult, so I don't know how to answer. But when I was saying that we should develop a semiotics of the methodologies, also of the mathematics behind these technologies, I was saying exactly the thing I think you're thinking of, cioè, sorry, cioè, I mean, this language intermittence. So the fact that behind the methodology there is maybe an ideology, maybe, but certainly a semiotics, an idea of the result. Unfortunately, I cannot answer about the mathematics because I don't know. Sorry. But I think we
it wasn't a question, it was just something. But yeah, I totally agree with you with the importance of visual effects on face transformation, because it really, as Gabriele was saying, Gabriele is the phantom chat. It just appears in the chats and something brilliant and then disappear. But yeah, he was saying that when we understand the process, the informatic process, we can discover the ideology of the enunciation behind. So I think that for us it's absolutely crucial. So you were in this direction, if I understand well, and I completely agree.
Thank you.
I'll say goodbye to you for the moment, but Professor Marino is gonna conduct the discussion. Thank you very much, and sorry, Bruno, for disappearing during the discussion, but I'll see you later on in Shanghai in 45 minutes. Bye-bye.
So guys, here I am. Actually, I'm not just in the chat, but I didn't want to show my face because I look like, I don't know, a prankster or a beat guy from the 50s. Anyways, yes, if you have any comment, any remark, something like that. I just wanted to add that, yes, about what I was saying. Yes, this operation that you showed, Bruno, about the picture being uploaded and re-uploaded, but actually not uploaded, but just the filter being applied one time, and then you take the outcome as the basis for the further experimentation with the filter. It's something interesting that it's kind of revealing the enunciation implied in the operation, in the process. This is something that it's a classic reference in music sound studies, because there is this sound art work called I Am Sitting in a Room, in which there is this brief voice registration that is the basis of, I think, 30 times doing this operation. So you take the registration and you play it and you record the registration and so on and so forth up to the point in which the voice disappears and you cannot distinguish it.
Yeah, Gabriele, because basically we think of these operations, these recursive operations, as something which automatically generate a degeneration of the content. So if you're talking about sound or about images or about other things, we imagine that if we repeat the operation, at some points there is a degeneration which corresponds to white noise or a white image. That simulation was interesting because it seemed to appear degeneration, but then another figure appeared at a certain point. We must verify if it was true or not. I didn't do it, but certainly it could be interesting because it reveals, as you said, how the utterances are made, I think.
Yes, I was late in coming to the seminar, so I just actually attended some of the talks. I wrote something about Marco and about Cristina and about Bruno, but yes, most of the times I wrote it in the chat, so I will just leave the floor to any comment or to you as panelists commenting on each other papers or something like that, but I don't want to force the discussion.
Okay, thank
you. But I don't want to be rude, and I don't know if we are recorded, but maybe we can just finish.
Yes, I think
I don't want to silence no one, but maybe.
Yes. If we have no further comment or something like that,